Testing, 1, 2, 3. like Greeley has volunteer firefighting services and existing schools, roads, and community.
Staff. Oh, okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 63rd meeting of the Planning Committee for February, getting ahead of myself, for November the 8th. We have a very long meeting, but a very short agenda, so we'll get going. Members of the public, if you wish to speak to the committee with respect to the two items that are on the committee's agenda, the Infrastructure Master Plan and the 5-year review of the official plan. If you'd fill in a request to speak form that's located at the table just outside of the council chamber, and bring it to the committee assistant to my closest right here, we'll make sure you get on the agenda to speak to the committee. However, if you don't want to speak to the committee or you don't want to wait, considering the time this meeting will most likely take, you can file a request or you can file a comment sheet with us, and your comments on either of these two items will form part of the public record for this agenda item. Now, this is a public meeting to consider the proposed official plan amendment listed as item 2 on today's agenda. For the item listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of an application for zoning, or 180 days for an official plan amendment, and that's after a complete application. Une feuille de commentaire est disponible à l'entrée.
The comment form is available for anyone who wants to make written comments concerning the amendments.
The door for anyone wishing to submit written comments on the amendment under consideration. So, members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Okay, we're all very interested. Item number 1 is the infrastructure master plan. Do we want it? What I would suggest we do is we'll take them individually, because I'm not sure that I'm going to look at my speakers list to find out there's nobody registered to speak to the infrastructure master plan. They all want to speak to the 5-year review of the official plan. So I'll ask, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the infrastructure master plan? Okay. We do have a motion that's been brought forward by staff to clarify the intent of the wording in one piece of it. I'm trying to find out where that motion is. So if we can take care of that, we can deal with the master plan and move on. Ms. Nennon, you might want to help us here.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the motion that is before you for the infrastructure master plan is really just to correct an error in one of the policy sections. It's stated appropriately in the section previous to the where you find the error in the policy document itself. So it's just to delete an error.
Okay. So, Councillor Harder, will you move that for us? Thank you. On the items, are there any questions? Yep, sure. On the motion? Okay. On the plan, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for staff, and I imagine it'll be Mr. Cross. On page 28, the numbers that it's showing here, it shows that the inside the greenbelt would be growing at 50% of the outside of the greenbelt, which is roughly 61,000 compared to 128,000. But when I reviewed the document on page 24, it actually, historically, it shows it's only growing at about 5%. So I'm wondering why the huge increase in the growth inside the greenbelt. And page 24 was where I got the historical data.
Page 24. Okay, just bear with me here a minute. If you wouldn't mind, if you can give me a few minutes to take a look at these numbers. I mean, there's one issue is the numbers
Sure.
on page 24 are census numbers, and the numbers on page 28 are what's called post-censal. They're adjusted for undercoverage. So it's not entirely you know what I mean, an apples-to-apples comparison.
Okay.
But,
if the chair is okay, I'm okay with waiting for a reply. I'll just give you the second question that's going to follow from these numbers is how did we come up with 131,500 job increase? I'd like to get some background on to how you came to that conclusion. So if it's okay with the chair, I'm okay with leaving this till he's ready to answer.
I can answer the second question,
Okay.
Councillor. The overall growth projections for the city, they come from a detailed technical report that was adopted by Council in 2007. Their projections for up to 2031, which are tracking well, and we're continuing to use those. The employment projections were derived by looking at the age, sex structure of the projected population and applying projected labor force participation rates. And as well, we looked at, of course, the net in-commuting from Gatineau and other surrounding areas, and looked at past patterns and projected that forward, and that gave us a projected number of jobs at 2031. There's much more detail in the projections report if you wish to have a look at it.
Okay, well, I'll wait to get your answer on the population growth numbers, because if we use those for a basis, then I don't know that the employment numbers would work. So is that okay with the chair that...
Sure. So you want to come back, you want to hold the infrastructure?
Till he's ready to answer, sure.
Okay. Okay. We'll come back to the infrastructure master plan after Mr. Cross is focused on the numbers. Okay. So let's move on to item number 2, which is the 5-year review of the official plan. If, with the indulgence of committee, before Ms. Nedden kicks off her presentation, I'd like to offer a few introductory comments. This official plan, which was tabled at Planning Committee on June 25th, provides greater certainty and clarity about how the city will develop for both residents and builders. This was a key commitment that came out of our April 2012 planning summit. The official plan contains a set of land use maps and policies designed to ensure development and growth in the city unfolds in an orderly, predictable, and consistent manner that supports our long-term economic, environmental, social, and cultural sustainability of the city. The plan contains policies that balance the interests of people living in established neighborhoods and the development industry, while reflecting the changing market demand for different types of housing. And I can tell you, I hope we found the right balance, because finding a balance is inevitably very, very difficult to do. The 2013 version of the official plan encourages development intensification, including high-rises, but in well-defined locations, such as near public transit stations downtown, mixed-use centers, or employment centers. Our new plan calls for us to update the vision for our suburban town centers, one that will partner well with our current review of suburban subdivision standards that's being led and championed by Councillor Harder and Councillor Codray, among others. Development in the rural areas will continue to be focused on villages, although that may be subject to a bit of debate here today. The proposed infrastructure master plan charts an affordable path for efficient building and operation and renewal of municipal water, wastewater, and stormwater services that protect the environment and support development growth. The city has done a lot of listening, both here at this committee and out in the community. And there's been a lot of information sharing for this project. Residents have done online surveys, attended public information sessions, sent out email comments, or participated in one of our outreach panels. We've connected with more than 10,000 Ottawa residents through this outreach. It's likely the largest public outreach undertaken by the new city. And I'll mention throughout all of that, and we heard a huge number of things. We had great input from the community panel that came forward. You know, I can remember getting pages and pages and pages of good suggestions, strong arguments that I hope the panel will see reflected in the plan. But I'll mention just one highlight. The public told us the official plan needs to better recognize the diversity of the look and feel of Ottawa's distinctive neighborhoods. I think we all would agree that this is important, whether you live in Old Ottawa South, Barrhaven, or Carp. As a result, the new policies will require developments to fit into the character or planned character of the neighborhood when it comes to height, size, or design. Now, I'd like to thank all the residents and business people who have participated in this process. And especially thanks again to our community panel and the development industry panel, who have helped us communicate the content of quite a complex package of information to the community. They were two panels, but I guess through the process they came together into one large panel, and they provided some great information and feedback for the program that you see in front of you. I'd also like to thank the sponsors group, which has joined me to work with Planning and Growth Management staff on the Building a Livable Ottawa plans. Councillor Harder, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Moffat, and Councillor Eglai have done an excellent job in charting the course of the document that you see before us. And I think that we would all agree that all of this feedback has helped bring forward a plan that will help us plan for a better city. So with that brief introduction, I will turn it over to Ms. Snedden to begin the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very brief presentation that I'd like to provide committee with today. Before I do so, I'd like to introduce Marika Clark to my right, Program Manager responsible for the official plan review, Bruce Finley, who's been our lead on this project, and beside Mr. Finley is Ian Cross, whom I know that many of you have met before, in charge of our research and forecasting unit. Also joining us at the side table to support is Colin Simpson from our Transportation Planning Branch, who has led our Transportation Master Plan, Chris Rogers and Michelle Kearney, who are involved with our Infrastructure Master Plans, who are also here as resources, in addition to the OP team. I also want to acknowledge, as the chair already has, our community and industry panel members in the crowd who are here today. You can also note the list of the panel members in document 13 in our plan. These folks attended over 14 meetings with us over the past year and donated hundreds of hours towards the Building a Livable Ottawa process. Their guidance and insights have been invaluable and have led us to a very smooth review process, so I do thank them for their time. And just a little side note, today is actually World Town Planning Day, and this is 64 years and running, so I cannot think of a better way to be spending and celebrating World Planning Day in terms of discussing the city's official plan. So first, I want to summarize how we got here today. We started our journey in April 2012 at the Planning Summit, where the industry and community identified several issues that required our attention to the official plan update. That July, we brought forward a report that presented practical and a scope list of key areas we wanted to focus this review on. We also struck the sponsors group and panels that oversaw this update. That December, Council confirmed that there was sufficient residential land through to 2031, which therefore removed the issues of urban boundary expansion from our work plan, allowing us to focus on the set of key issues and policies that required our attention. In January, we released a set of policy change proposals for consultation online, and I'm proud to note that we've had over 8,000 residents visit our website. In April, staff brought forward a report that laid out the nature of our suggested policy changes for confirmation. We also confirmed at this meeting that we had a sufficient availability of employment lands. In June, we tabled the official plan amendment, which led to a very intense period of consultations, which accumulated into a series of public meetings this past month, which many of you attended. The feedback that the city received on the draft amendment can be found in document 7. However, the major themes that came out through our consultations were: community character needs to reflect the planned character of the neighborhood. Review policies from an urban, suburban, and rural perspective. Design policies should be less prescriptive. Policies in the mixed-use centers and arterial main streets are too restrictive. Re-examine individual parcels designated as employment area or enterprise area. Questions about the mapping of Ottawa's mineral resources and whether there is a need to designate further parcels. These are the main key areas that we heard through consultation. I'm now going to go through the final policy changes being made in each of our areas of focus, beginning with intensification. To provide certainty on building heights, for the first time ever, building heights are being proposed for each land use designation in the city. We are producing an annex to the plan which will show the maximum building heights everywhere, which will be a handy reference tool for both the community and the industry. Shown here is a portion of the annex featuring the Barrhaven, Riverside, South communities. Heights up to 4 stories would continue to be the limit for stable neighborhoods in the general urban area, increasing to 6 stories on arterial roads that have good access to rapid transit. Heights above 4 stories would also be considered on sites with good access to rapid transit where the zoning or development on adjacent sites is above 4 stories. For traditional main streets, such as Preston Street, any increase in height above the permitted 6 stories will now require approval through a secondary plan or an official plan amendment. Arterial main streets, such as St. Laurent, will continue to be permitted up to 9 stories, with increases to 12 stories permitted again near rapid transit. Recognizing that Ottawa is seeing the advent of buildings over 30 stories, the proposed policies address 2 forms of high-rise buildings, 10 to 30 stories and 31 stories and more, each with their own requirement for development. 30-story high-rise are only permitted through a zoning bylaw amendment in employment areas near rapid transit or where they are permitted by a secondary plan. Buildings 31 stories and more will only be permitted through a secondary plan for the mixed-use centers. Policy changes are being proposed to renew the vision of Barrhaven, Canada, and Orleans town centers so that they serve as vital cores for suburban communities. 5 streets are being designated arterial and main streets, which means that new mixed uses and forms of development are permitted. Examples are Walkley Road from the O Train to Heron Road, a portion of Innes Road within Blackburn Hamlet, and Ogilvie Road east of Aviation Boulevard. In recognition of the fact the official plan will continue to anticipate high-rise buildings as a type of development desired by Ottawa's changing demographics, new policies are being put in place that require a developer to demonstrate appropriate separation distances between high-rise towers, step backs from the podiums, as well as floor plate size maximum. To promote better urban design in high-rise development, we will now require sun and shadow studies, as well as demonstration of how these buildings will transition to neighboring buildings. Mixed-use centers, town centers, the central area, and main streets are all design priority areas and receive added urban design scrutiny when being reviewed. New policies are proposed that mandate the plans for all high-rise buildings and major urban facilities, for example, a university or hospital building. Also will be given this higher level review. The city will be subject to the same scrutiny and will be required to build projects to a higher design threshold in the design priority areas. As part of a development application, a design brief and a planning rationale will be required now to demonstrate how proposals address the urban design directions of the official plan and the city's urban design guidelines. Public feedback strongly supports the idea that the official plan needs to better recognize the diversity of the look and feel of Ottawa's neighborhoods. As such, new policies are being put in place that require proposed development to demonstrate how it fits the character and planned character of the neighborhood when it comes to height, size, and/or design. All sections of the plan were reviewed for opportunities to strengthen connections between land use and transportation. For example, a new policy proposes that priority be given to pedestrians and cyclists within an 800-meter walking distance of a rapid transit station and 400 meters from transit priority corridors. In terms of allocation of public right-of-ways and wait times at traffic signals. Other new policies recognize complete streets and parallel the policies in the new Transportation Master Plan. Together, the official plan policies will complement our transit-oriented development studies. The potential of the new Tremblay station is shown here. Changes to some lands designated enterprise area or employment area, and new policies are being introduced to protect employment uses and guide any future conversions. Further study on recognizing opportunities for employment and how this could affect the current supply and future requirements will be undertaken outside of the official plan review process in the next term of council. Changes are being proposed to provide a pragmatic approach to protecting Ottawa's supply of mineral aggregates. No new mineral aggregate areas are proposed for designation at this time. In the rural area, growth is being focused in the mid and large-sized villages, particularly Manotick, Richmond, and Greeley. Country estate lot subdivisions will no longer be permitted. 2 lots now, however, will be permitted through a severance for moderate growth outside the villages. No expansions of any village boundaries are being proposed. The Ottawa Airport is being removed from the Greenbelt designation. This will allow the airport to partner with the city to reach its economic development potential while respecting environmental commitments it has made on the lands it leases from Transport Canada. So, at the end of this year-and-a-half journey, since the Planning Summit, did we deliver greater certainty to the community and the development industry through this process? I would venture to say that we have. We have delivered citywide building heights. We have proactively designated for new development on streets where good rapid transit exists or will exist, and have put in place a policy on increases in heights on Ontario main streets and mixed-use centres to provide clear guidance on where we want intensification. We have clarified the purpose and components of community design plans, including their role in establishing building heights and density. Where there is a conflict with the official plan, the CDPs will trump the OP where it comes to matters of height and density. We have clarified for applicants their study requirements, and we have clearly articulated where growth should take place in the rural area. Next year will be a busy year, another busy year, as we turn toward implementation. Our zoning division will turn their minds, beginning in January, to harmonizing the zoning bylaw with the official plan, beginning with zoning on Ontario main streets, mid-rise and high-rise requirements, a completion of minimum densities, and a focus on major office development. An update to the urban design guidelines for those high-rise buildings will be undertaken to increase the scope of the guidelines and to address all forms of high-rise buildings and to ensure consistency with the official plan design policies. Also in 2014, field checks on soils data will be used in the land evaluation and area review, better known as the LEAR, will be undertaken to complete this process currently that has been on hold and to support any further official plan amendments to implement any required changes. In the next term of council, we will undertake further employment land study, and we will convene a stakeholder group to continue the discussion on mineral aggregate resource mapping. So that, Mr. Chairman and members of committee, wraps up my presentation. Certainly, as anyone can imagine, there's been a lot of work and effort that has gone into this, and as we've been receiving comments and suggestions and submissions, staff will be preparing before council any required technical amendments and changes and anything that we hear from planning committee direction today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sneddon. Are there questions for Ms. Sneddon before we go to delegations? No? Okay. Okay, we'll go to delegations. We have some at this point in time, 25 delegations to hear from. Dal Broadhead is our first speaker. Would you like to come up?
I'm just going to add a bit of certainty as to that stakeholder group to the applicants, okay? It's not changing the boundary or anything.
Sure.
I'll take that statement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross is ready to respond to the IMP if you did want to choose to deal with that before we started public delegations.
Okay. Maybe we'll just hold tight there for a second, and we can dispose of the infrastructure master plan and get that off the agenda. Mr. Cross, Councillor Hibley, Mr. Cross is ready to answer your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this as simple as I can. If you look at the table on page 24, Councillor, I think what you're picking up there is that the population inside the Greenbelt has not grown terribly significantly since 1991. However, if you look at the last 5 years, 2006 to 2011, it actually grew quite significantly by roughly about 11,000 people. And of course, that reflects the increasing amount of intensification that's been going on inside the Greenbelt. If you compare that to the table on page 28, you'll see inside the Greenbelt is projected increase of, well, slightly over 60,000. Now, if you prorate the 11,000 over the last 5 years to the next 20 years, it would come out to about 44 or so thousand. The projected increase is, of course, higher than that because we anticipate that, and the plan has targets that for an increasing rate of intensification. There's also other factors going on, like changes in household size that have largely played themselves out inside the Greenbelt, so that, in a nutshell, we anticipate that that projected population increase is quite likely to happen. Outside the Greenbelt, you have...
I'm having trouble hearing them, guys, so if you guys need a conversation, like, I can get him to wait.
Outside the Greenbelt, you have some of the same factors that have been occurring inside the Greenbelt. You have, the population is aging, households are getting smaller. There's also some intensification occurring outside the Greenbelt as well. All this will lead to basically a slowdown, a significant slowdown we anticipate in the rate of population increase. So that that is simply as I can explain it, produces the numbers that you see on page 28.
I appreciate that Mr. Cross wants to make it as simple as possible for us to understand, but if you want to change from a 10-year horizon, you're talking about the chart on 24, and use a 5-year, I still see the percentage from inside the Greenbelt to outside the Greenbelt being significantly higher for the growth in the outside the Greenbelt. I'm not getting where you're thinking it's going to grow almost as fast as outside the Greenbelt, which is what 28 is showing.
Yes, I see your point.
If we take the 5-year on the outside the Greenbelt, you're still looking at a 55,000 growth as compared to 10,000 for inside the Greenbelt.
Yes.
It's still growing a lot faster outside, and anticipated to do so for some time, correct?
Yes, correct. But you have to bear in mind this is it's a long-term projection. It's to 2031, and we anticipate that over time that those proportions will start to shift. Well, I mean, they are starting to shift already, and we anticipate that will continue.
So we're anticipating it'll go from 5% on a 10-year average up to 50%.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The chart on page 28, you're projecting the growth inside the Greenbelt to grow at 50% of the growth outside the Greenbelt, correct?
That's what the numbers say, yes.
Okay. And when we look at that chart on page 24, which is the historical basis that you used to create these projections, is that correct?
No, actually, we use, as I alluded to a few minutes ago, we use what's called a post-censal population. In other words, we correct for undercounting in the census, which is heavily concentrated inside the Greenbelt. That's where the undercount tends to occur for a number of reasons.
Sorry, undercounting in the census is done outside the Greenbelt or inside the Greenbelt?
The census undercount, it occurs in all areas of the city, but it occurs predominantly in areas inside the Greenbelt because it's primarily focused in people it tends to miss are immigrants and young adults, and those sectors of the population are concentrated inside the Greenbelt.
So this undercount in the census is enough to change the projection from 5% to 50%. Am I getting you? Or is there something else that would trigger that kind of a change in the historical data?
It changes the base year numbers on which we look at the trends. If you look at just 5 years from the census numbers on page 24, you have about 11,000 increase inside the Greenbelt and a 55,000 increase outside the green belt. So it's
If
roughly
we
a 5-to-1
let me ask you a question here, Mr.
ratio.
Cross, and then maybe, Mr. Chair, I think we'll just have to defer this question to another planning meeting or something, because I'm not so sure we're going to get a resolution. But if we're supposed to be looking at this at a 5-year, why is the chart showing 10 years? Why would you present us with 10 years information and then want us to interpret everything else under the 5-year? I'm just wondering what the intent here is.
You're going to have to help me here, Councillor. I'm on page 20. You're in the draft infrastructure master plan, right?
Right. Page 24, there's a table 3.1 as the population dwelling counts for the City of Ottawa from
Right.
20-year plan, 91 to 2011.
Yep, Census Canada. And
Right.
then you're looking at population and employment.
Yeah, I took those
That we-
numbers and compared to what I'm looking at on page 28 for the official plan projections, and I'm seeing that the increase in the population under there would be at 50%. The inside Greenbelt would grow at 50% of the outside of the Greenbelt numbers. And I'm just wondering how we can project that kind of growth. But I'm more than willing to set up a meeting later with Mr. Cross and try and get a better understanding as to how why the numbers are so different here on these two charts.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Cross,
Cross.
you'll meet with the councillor and see if
Certainly.
we can't come to a statistical understanding.
I will do my best to...
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just to deal with the infrastructure master plan, we have a motion to correct an error moved by Councillor Harder. Is that carried? Carried? Do you want to talk? Do you have questions?
Amendment.
Oh, not the amendment. Okay. You want to speak to the plan?
I
Okay.
have questions, yeah.
You have questions?
I do.
Okay. Question.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering how the draft infrastructure master plan referenced or dealt with the urban expansion areas that were brought in under the last official plan, and how those areas were taken into consideration.
Through the chair, we've got Chris Rogers, who is our lead senior planner on the infrastructure master plan, and he'd be happy to answer that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, yes. So a significant amount of land was brought into the urban area after the last OP. And I'm wondering how this infrastructure master plan is informed by that decision, and what recommendations it makes in terms of the infrastructure that may be required to support that growth, i.e. road infrastructure, pumping stations, sewers, et cetera.
Okay, well, the scope of the infrastructure master plan is water, wastewater, and sewer. It doesn't deal with roads, but we've accounted for all of the projected growth in the expansion areas.
So any infrastructure that's required for the expanded areas to build out is in the infrastructure master plan?
The infrastructure master plan deals only with the major infrastructure.
Sure.
So
Would a pumping station be considered a piece of major infrastructure?
not necessarily. It depends on the size of the facility, but any infrastructure that is common to a number of developments that isn't captured by the infrastructure master plan will be captured by the development charges development charges study on infrastructure that is ongoing now. It will deal with the more minor infrastructure.
And we're positive of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor? No? Okay. Okay, on the plan then, is it carried? Carried. Okay. Mr. Broadhead, you're on. Got to press the button. There you go.
Mr. Chair. Good, got it. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I'm wondering whether there's a plan to pull up our submission here. In any case, my name is Dal Broadhead. I'm the chair of the Metcalfe and District Citizens Association. I've got Jane Cooper beside me, a member, and a number of our members are in the audience. We have represented residents north of Metcalfe since 1974. And in fact, our first issue back then was about the redesignation of land for mineral reserve. And we went all the way to the OMB. With the backing of our township council then, we won that battle. It seems that our win was temporary, as we're back again dealing with substantially the same issue 39 years later. So, that puts the context. I firstly want to thank the city planning and legal staff for the assistance they've given us, and also many of the councillors around this table with whom we have met in order to learn more about issues related to the points we want to bring up. Our own councillor, Doug Thompson, has been helpful, and we appreciate his willingness to facilitate our research. Our focus, clearly, is the exciting world of the designation of land as a mineral aggregate resource area. In the official plan, as you'll see in our submission, it's referenced section 3.7.4 under mineral aggregate resources. The detail of what I'm going to talk about is in our submission, so I leave that, and I'm not going to read it, obviously. Our response is specifically to the mineral aggregate resources question. And we're not actually going to repeat what we gave to councillors a while back. I'll try and hit some of the high points and some of the occasional low points. Our position in brief is that our association recognizes the need for quarries and aggregate resources available to the city. We are not playing at the NIMBY game. In fact, the area around Metcalfe already has contributed more than 500 hectares already zoned for mineral reserve or mineral extraction. That's estimated at about 25% of the land currently designated within the city boundaries. So we have contributed. And in fact, we've contributed in large part to the well over 100-year supply already zoned in the city limits. Aggregate companies are our neighbors. We know them well, and in some cases almost too well. In brief, we're very pleased to support a number of the recommendations which are contained in the proposed draft official plan amendment. Namely, and this is particularly important to us and to other citizens groups from the city. No additional lands are recommended for a mineral aggregate resource designation at this time. Terrific. Also, that additional designation of land or zoning of land for mineral aggregate resources is not necessary and is not a barrier to that industry moving forward at this point. And we also are very interested and support the notion and the recommendation of city staff that they be asked to convene a stakeholder group to discuss and devise a forward strategy. In brief, those are key points, and we're in favor of them. And we commend staff and council for taking this approach. Not surprisingly, we also have a couple of recommendations of our own, particularly to do with the stakeholder group. There are stakeholder groups and there are stakeholder groups. We would like to see a balanced representation on this stakeholder group, including citizens groups, and not just one person. Our association, in fact, is willing to assist in the development of the terms of reference of that group to make it meaningful, more meaningful. And we're interested in representation involving other citizens groups concerned with this issue, including the Northwest Goulburn Community Association that has a submission before you, and we know of some others, including, I think, people from Cumberland. Holy smoke. We're absolutely opposed to some minor wording changes which directly affect landowners and neighbors. These include issues concerning unfair and inequitable imposition of development restrictions on adjacent lands, such as new development will not be approved or may be approved within 500 meters of a bedrock resource area and 300 meters of a gravel resource area. We're very opposed to the notion that the setback areas be extended from double the distance that is specified in the current city zoning bylaw. And that designation crosses into private land. If the designation and the setback areas were within the lands held by the gravel and the aggregate companies, that's fine. But they're effectively expropriating the use of part of our land. What's our rationale? And I see I'm almost out of time. It unfairly places an onus on the small landowner rather than the aggregate company to demonstrate that the development will not conflict with future extraction. Why is the onus on the private landowner for that? Why isn't the onus on the company? They're the ones in business. They're the ones who should make the case, not citizens associations that struggle to get the research done. The existing wording of the official plan does not in fact reflect the onus being placed in the right place. So we're anxious that that wording be changed, and we're interested in working with our councillor to see that comes forward to you as required. There's more to say, but I'll stop there, except to say that our message is we want to be dealt with fairly. That aggregate companies are quite able to buy land on the market without being subsidized through the regulatory process and protected by the regulatory process. We understand that that aggregate is important, but we don't understand why the private landowner has to subsidize and pay the price. Thank you for your openness to meet with us. We're supportive of the key thrusts of the official plan amendment, as our submission shows. We look forward to the constitution of the stakeholder group, and we're interested in participating. We're going to follow the wording changes we're suggesting with our councillor and hope that they're brought forward to you as suggested changes. And we wish you well in dealing with these planning matters here and not at the OMB. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Other questions on for Mr. Broadhead? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair Hume. Thank you for the presentation, Dal and Jane, and I appreciate all the work you've done on behalf of the community, and I know there are other people here. I appreciate that in your that you have in your brief supported a good portion of the recommendations. I know that you have on the back of the sheet you have. When I read this, I thought this is great. Support, support, support. Then I turned it over. But I do agree with you that there are changes that are needed, and I just want to let you know that city staff, Mr. Mark is looking at these to see with the planning staff to see how we could bring those forward. So we have received those. We are looking at them, and there may be motions brought forward later today in regard to those issues that you've raised. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much. Thank you for your presentation. Stephanie Morris is next. No, you got to press the button on the... Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Morris of Greeley Family Farm, and I'd like to present to the committee a video.
The City of Ottawa is home to a number of neighborhoods and communities with a reputation for a high level of engagement and resident satisfaction, such as Westboro, The Glebe, and Manotick. Greeley takes its place in its own unique way as a part of the fabric of the excellent communities of Ottawa. Greeley, the fastest growing village in the city, is a vibrant, close-knit village that enjoys a rural atmosphere. Greeley is neither urban nor suburban. It is a rural village serviced by private wells and septic systems. Greeley's alternative servicing could be of enormous benefit in the event of a natural disaster or security breach to our centralized critical infrastructure. A rural village like Greeley has volunteer firefighting services and existing schools, roads, and community centers. Many of the neighborhoods in Greeley provide an abundance of recreational services maintained by the Owners Association and not the city. This neighborhood model has achieved tremendous success with community enjoyment, use, and maintenance of common facilities. It creates a strong sense of stewardship and engagement. Greeley already has some commercial industry, including an industrial park with many small and medium manufacturing and service companies. A variety of businesses provide community essentials, including 2 gas stations, 3 pizzerias, a post office, and a 24-hour grocery store. Greeley is now engaged in creating its own vibrant downtown, and residents eagerly anticipate new commercial developments around Parkway Road and Bank Street. Squaring off the village to create a logical boundary would add an additional population base to help support planned establishments. Greeley is home to a number of unique neighborhoods, including Sunset Lakes, Wood Street, South Village, Greeley Orchard, Water's Edge, and Cedar Lakes. Here is a fuller picture of what Greeley communities are all about. The focus of each neighborhood has been to foster a true sense of community, ensuring an agreed-upon standard of home design and community quality, and to provide a number of fantastic common amenities and environmental stewardship. The presence of lakes adds a visual interest and recreational opportunities to the communities. The lakes also form part of a state-of-the-art stormwater management system and provide a habitat for plants and animals. If you ask a resident what they love most about Greeley communities, they will likely tell you about all of the fantastic amenities, including lakes, swimming pools, tennis, basketball, and volleyball courts, parks, walking trails, beaches, skating rinks, canoeing, paddling, and water sports, as well as beautiful landscaping for the enjoyment of all residents. Each community is subject to a tree planting and conservation plan, which ensures that communities retain or plant a variety of trees. Many of these features are maintained by the Owners Association through volunteer work and a modest annual fee. The Owners Association, along with the community groups, help to organize fun community events including tennis lessons, swimming lessons, barbecues, golf tournaments, community garage sales, hockey games, Christmas dinners, winter carnivals, sleigh rides, and Canada Day celebrations. The Owners Associations also ensure that the community is developed in a socially and environmentally responsible manner through design review, covenant information and enforcement, and water quality analysis.
Well, it's a community. It's a definite community. I've never lived in a place that has had more sort of community spirit than what is generated here. I think most of the people that I've talked to, neighbors and friends, we all can't believe that we're within the city limits of Ottawa. I mean, this is such a beautiful place to live. I mean, it's quiet, it's peaceful, you've got lakes, you've got fishing, you've got, you don't get it any better.
The residents of Greeley communities rate uncommonly high levels of satisfaction with their communities. These communities are truly one of a kind and are an exemplary form of development which fosters architectural quality, community spirit, and active lifestyles for people of all ages. On behalf of the engineers, planners, administrative staff, truck drivers, builders, well drillers, septic installers, plumbers, landscapers, and student grass cutters, and with the support of the Greeley Community Association, Greeley Business Association, and the Osgood Ward Councillor Doug Thompson, we request from the Planning Committee and Council the privilege and opportunity to complete the existing form of development in the southwest corner of Greeley. The City of Ottawa is home to a number of neighborhoods.
Okay. Thank you. Are there, I assume that that's the conclusion of your presentation?
That is. Thank you.
So are there any questions for Ms. Morris? No. Thank you very much for your... Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the video. And it's such a nice place. Maybe I'll see if we can buy a house in Greeley. I guess you had mentioned that, and I think you're aware that the city the city's policy really is to help three main villages in the city to develop: Richmond, Manotick, and Greeley. And I think you mentioned that it's just on the cusp of business development, commercial development, and that if the focus is on to develop within the villages, and Greeley being one of the three, your contention is that the rounding off, I mean, I think it makes sense from a practical perspective to round off that corner. It's not really, someone might argue we're trying to deviate and get in under the line to expand the village boundary, but really we're correcting an error, and there have been a number of errors. I don't know who was on the municipal council before amalgamation in Osgood, but there were some issues with the boundaries in Greeley. So what you're asking is that we correct those in light of the city's position on the official plan.
Correct, and Mr. Paye will be also making a presentation today, and I hope that that video will speak to your question as well.
Okay.
And that's up next.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Daniel, oh, sorry, Councillor Harder. I'm sorry, I'm not using that.
I know.
That list, so you're going to have to wave at me.
Why wouldn't you use it when it's right in front of you?
Not everyone is sitting in the seats that it's aligned to. So, but go ahead.
They can fix that because they do it at other committees.
Go ahead.
Just saying, it's going to be a long day.
I hear you. That's why we want to get.
Rather than us waving
we want
at
to get the questions.
We just debate the list, guys. Actually, this is based on the presentation.
Yes.
I really don't know why there's more of you that need to talk on this subject, because it was very well done. The fact is, though, that we often hear from our planning staff about how everybody wants to move into some highly dense place with hardly any yard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, really, who wouldn't want to live in a place like that? So congratulations on a very strong community and coming forward today.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Thompson, you don't want to speak, so we'll go to. So, thank you for your presentation. Daniel Payer is next. Mr. Payer, if you'd like to come up.
Mr. Paye will also be making a presentation by video.
Okay.
Of the 26 villages in Ottawa, Greeley is the largest in terms of both area and population, and also the fastest growing. Located in the south end of Ottawa, Greeley has irregular boundaries because of its history as a series of neighborhoods. As the village evolved, boundary expansions occurred through individual development applications. It is suggested that a logical squaring off of the village boundary be considered. In the last official plan review, a boundary adjustment occurred through Amendment 76, when the Landrio parcel of approximately 25 hectares and the Spirac parcel were incorporated into the village boundary. Registered professional planner William Holzman's planning rationale suggests that official plan amendment 76 could have included a squaring off of the southwest corner. However, at that time, the owners had made no approach and there was no lobbying to perform a boundary adjustment. It is now suggested that a logical adjustment to the village boundary occurred during the 2013 official plan review. Mr. Holzman's planning report includes a lot supply analysis which indicates that there is an inadequate supply of lots of the typical housing type to meet the tenure requirement of the provincial policy statement. A logical minor rounding out of the southwest corner would help meet the requirement. This is how the village would look on the map if the squaring off were to occur. The east-west boundary follows this lot concession line. The community of Lakeland Estates is, for all intents and purposes, within the village of Greeley in terms of geographic and postal considerations, and ought to be recognized as such. There would be no changes to any property rights. The southwest corner is surrounded by development and will ultimately be developed. It includes approximately 200 acres of land, with some of the land owned by Mrs. Lucy Piper, some of it owned by Mr. Argentina and his partners, and some of it proposed for the completion of Cedar Lakes. Cedar Lakes has been approved for 60 lots within the village boundary, which are currently under development. An additional 120 lots are proposed for the southwest corner of Greeley. Every study required for rezoning, plan of subdivision, and official plan amendment has been completed and filed with the city for the 180 total lots in Cedar Lakes. The squared-off village boundary would allow for an extension of the Cedar Lakes community, which would give 4 mini soccer fields and a city park by way of parkland requirements. Greeley currently has a shortage of soccer fields, so they are desperately needed in order for residents and children to enjoy their active soccer programs. The fields and park would enjoy a southwestern view of the existing lake at Cedar Lakes and will also include a playground and parking area. Cedar Lakes would also include 1.5 kilometers of tree-lined lakefront trails for use by all residents of the village. Trails are the #1 feature used by residents in Greeley for walking and biking, so this is a highly desired amenity. None of the trees in this photo were in existence at the time that the trail was constructed. The trail was paved, the granulars were put down, and the trees were planted. Now on the existing subdivision, there are thousands of new trees growing along corridors such as these, which will also occur along this type of corridor in Cedar Lakes. The lakes are an integral part of Sunset Lakes Development's form of development. They comprise a state-of-the-art stormwater management system. Because of the depth of the lakes, they are conveyed to the owners' associations for recreational purposes, giving the owners a personal stake in their own community. As a result, the owners take great care of their lakes with respect to ecological features such as stormwater management, water quality, and adherence to pesticide and fertilizer controls. The Owners Association's setup also creates an enduring sense of community. This type of development is ready to go and would simply be a continuation and extension of the amenities that would be yielded as a result of the existing Cedar Lake subdivision. Here's an example of the type of development that exists in Greeley. This is the very template that would be used in the continuation of Cedar Lakes, which would allow for the creation of a self-funded community pool for residents' use. To summarize, the village of Greeley has an illogical boundary and the precedent has been established for a squaring off. The benefits are substantial for the community and city, including 1.5 kilometers of trails with waterfront viewing, a park with 4 mini soccer fields, a playground and parking, lakes for recreation, state-of-the-art stormwater management, a tree planting and conservation program, and an owners association. Recent National Housing Association estimates suggest that 200 homes would add over $120 million to the local economy and create over 600 jobs, a critical amount for a rural village. Both the Greeley Business Association and the Greeley Community Association acknowledge the community and economic benefits of Cedar Lakes and have passed resolutions supporting the squaring off of the village boundary. The development will also provide additional taxes and development charges to the city. It is therefore recommended the 2013 City of Ottawa Official Plan Review include the squaring off of the southwest corner of Greeley's village boundary. Of the 26 villages in Ottawa, Greeley is the largest and
There we go. Are there any other questions? Are there any questions on the video? Yes. Councillor Caudry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Payet, thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions, Mr. Payet. In terms of, you talk about in this film, or the film speaks about maintaining some of the parks, maintaining some of the lakes. Are you getting any city funding to be able to do that, or how are you maintaining those entities?
If I might. Is this on? Mr. Cadby, my name is Dan Anderson, president of Sunset Lakes. I'm speaking next. If it's okay, I'll answer that question. And the answer is that there are both city parks within the village that are maintained with city resources, but supplemental to that, the Owners Association maintain, insure, repair, replace their own facilities with their own resources and volunteer efforts.
So that would be something like a condo arrangement with the homeowners?
Well, a condominium is another type of arrangement. It is a common ownership and maintenance program through a nonprofit corporation, but it's not subject to the Condominium Act.
Okay.
Similar to.
Yeah. My question, though, comes back still. Are you getting revenues from the city directly besides the service that you may be getting for the maintenance?
Not a penny.
Not a penny. So
No.
you're getting that revenue through your residents directly?
Yes, the residents pay an annual fee ranging from $300 to $350 per home per year. And that goes to the Owners Association, and that is the funds that they use to maintain, cut the grass, pay for their insurance, take care of the pools. They use volunteer efforts. In some cases, they improve and increase their common amenities, and it works very well with that very modest amount.
Okay, so in this case, you're also telling me on the other side that the city does not do any of the work in terms of maintaining the parks or cutting the grass? Or are you talking about over and above that city service?
That is correct. This is completely funded and taken care of by the residents themselves. One family can handle a backyard pool, so a community of 150 families can handle and do quite well in handling these facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, Mr. Anderson, you're next. Okay. Back to questions, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just had a question. In the second video, you talked about the squaring off or rounding off. How much land does that involve in total if the boundary was to be changed to include that corner?
200 acres is involved.
And who are the owners of that? I think there may be some misconception that you own it all, but that's
yeah, that's not correct. We have approximately 100 acres. There's 10 acres owned by a small severance. There are 75 acres owned by another Ottawa landowner, Mr. Argentine and his group, and there's 25 acres owned by Mrs. Lucy Piper.
Okay.
We have effectively not half of the total amount.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Anderson, you're up.
This will be brief. I'm here simply to address a supplemental point, and thank you for the opportunity to come. And I wish to simply state at the outset that our company, Sunset Lakes, has been developing for 23 years. It has been an honor and a privilege to work in the village and to work in the city. And together, following the approvals, working with staff, I think we've both achieved a very high level of resident taxpayer satisfaction. The point I'm addressing is the proposed policy to create 0.4 hectare lots within the village. And we had provided a letter which simply stated that we did not agree with this. The current standard is half of that. It's a half-acre lot, 0.2 hectares. That lot size would be 100 feet wide by 215 feet deep, 30 meters by 65 meters. The proposed amendment is supplemental to the hydrogeological requirements. The official plan is very rigorous in requiring safe water and well water and septic dilution by the number of units per acre. But this particular policy says that in addition to those safeguards, we are now going to implement a standard of minimum lot size double the previous standard. That would mean that your lots would be 209 feet front by 209 feet deep. Or if you went with the 100-foot frontage, which the village residents like to feel part of a community, your lots would then be 400 and some feet deep. This may provide an inefficient land use within the settlement area. We were advised that this proposal was supported by a background study. We've been requesting to participate in a background study as a stakeholder, and it communicated with private hydrogeologists. But then we were advised that this background study has not been completed. What we are requesting is that this particular amendment be deferred until the background study is complete, and that such a background study include the participation of the private landowners, developers, and hydrogeologists that have important experience to lend to this particular type of amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Anderson? No, thank you very much for your presentations. David McNichol is next.
Good morning, Chair Hume, councillors. My roots in this matter of land use planning go back to the mid-'80s. I was with Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, and after that with the Old Ottawa South Community Association, part of FCA. That led me to 4 OMB appeals. So it's fair to assume that I have a lot of attitude on this business of our land use. This time I started by writing the Premier of Ontario a letter last February, and that's in the email package which I sent to you. So what I propose is simply for the benefit of the people in this room to read the middle paragraph of the letter that the last letter, the one I sent to her yesterday. So let me read it for you today. In my view, the indicators of comprehensive reality which should bind Canada and Ontario, including Ottawa, are missing. For example, Canada and Ontario stopped State of the Environment reporting in 1997. Put another way, the corporation of the City of Ottawa, 279,000 hectares of Ontario, does not track the various components of life processes. Policy statements and even law aside, the moral test for the legitimacy of a government shall include substantive indicators of Earth's climate, including our own existence. Societal ignorance is not an adequate basis for social organization. We can do better. So there's not really much I can add. I clearly do not support the amendment. I completely supported a 5-year review that would have led you to do a first principles review, as my interpretation as a non-lawyer of the Planning Act, but you have chosen not to go there. In plain language, we can put buildings wherever we want, and I'm happy to do that. But when you don't project life, you don't project oxygen cycles or hydrological cycles, I think you fail us all. And you are part, of course, in theory, of a bigger picture, but as my package shows you, the Premier and the Attorney General and the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing are not anxious to take responsibility for your land use. Thank you this morning.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. McNichol? Thank you very much for your presentation. Mayor Jarvis is next. Sorry? I don't know. Are they able to use those? No, is the answer.
Chair Hume and members of Planning.
You've got to press the button. There you go. You're on.
It's on. My name
You're
is
not Mary Jarvis, but
I am
okay.
not Mary Jarvis. My name is Ursula Mullins, and I am the solicitor for the Riverside South Development Corporation. And I am here today to speak to the area of the City of Ottawa known as Riverside South and the adjacent airport lands. I understand that as part of this official plan process, Schedule M is going to be brought forward, and this is a schedule that shows the designation of the Macdonald-Cartier International Airport and how its boundaries exist with respect to the land it leases. It is proposed to be removed from the Greenbelt designation, and it will then stand alone with its own designation on Schedule M. We support this request. Schedule M is proposed to implement the land use of the airport in accordance with its recently completed land use plan. This was the result of discussions with the National Capital Commission. And it also shows how the airport proposes employment uses on the perimeter of its lands. The airport immediately abuts Riverside South. Some of the employment shown surrounding the airport will be contiguous to the employment uses in Riverside South. Riverside South, just by way of background, is a community planned by way of CDP. We respectfully submit that Riverside South and the airport should be viewed as one area, functionally speaking, for the purpose of calculating jobs and people. The Riverside South CDP currently includes and refers to the adjacent airport employment as part of the Riverside South community. The airport's land use plan is a logical extension of the Riverside South community, in addition to considering the Phase 2 Rapid Transit Network extension that's recently been presented. At this point in time, we suggest that Figure 2.5 in the official plan should be updated to reflect the employment availability in Riverside South using the airport land use plan. We will also make a written submission after today's meeting just to outline these details. Now, in order to further implement the land use plans of the airport and Riverside South, we ask that the Riverside South employment area, as shown on Schedule B of the official plan, actually be revised. So currently there's 194 hectares of land shown as employment in Riverside South. We are seeking a redesignation of approximately 54 hectares in the official plan. This is land that's outside of the airport operating influence zone. We think general urban is a more appropriate designation, and then the corresponding CDP amendment would follow. We think this is in accordance with the policies of the official plan. There is no net loss in terms of employment with the recent addition of the airport lands and their proposed employment uses.
Okay. Councillor Harder, you have a question for Ms. Melens.
I just wanted to point out with regard to this presentation, there is a motion that I circulated to Planning Committee, but not to all members of Council this morning.
That's okay. It will be circulated to all members of Council.
So there is a motion on that.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Melens. There'll be Miguel Tremblay with submissions on behalf of Taggart, re Canada Commons, and Arnon v. re Russland Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For my PowerPoint, I'd like to start, because Mr. Casey is joining me, I'd like to start with the other PowerPoint. Can I do that, or Mike, do you want to sit through this? And just because it's already up, I'll speak to the Taggart issues now. I'd like to remind the committee that I am speaking on behalf of two landowners, and I'm hoping to be afforded a little bit more time through the process. Briefly, these are lands that are north of Highway 417. They are west of Ditsbury Road and east of the Carp River within the Canada West Concept Plan area. This is the existing Canadian Tire store. My comments today are, well, here briefly I'll go through the landowners. The green represents generally lands owned by Taggart Realty. The yellow is Loblaw's properties. These are the McGarry family and the Wesleyan Church. The boundaries here are a little bit skewed, and these are lands owned by Rona. And then further to the west are Minto lands and Broccolini lands. We are responding to Schedule S3. The city is contemplating redesignating these lands from enterprise area to employment area. It's not the crux of our argument, but this is a significant departure from the existing designation, and I think I echo the landowners' concerns that they were not notified of the change, and I think given the departure, it would have been appropriate. I did prepare this PowerPoint, but I'm actually going to cheat and start from the back because there's a story to tell. These are generally the lands north of Highway 417. These are the Minto lands that are under construction. You'll recall that this committee recently approved the Tanger Retail Outlet Mall, Canadian Tire Centre, now located to the south of the Queensway, the Auto Park. This area here is the Canada Centrum Town Centre area. You can make out, if you're lucky, the outline here of the Canadian Tire store. These are the lands that I'm speaking to today. What I want to inform the committee is the development is starting to fulfill itself in keeping with the existing policies. This, for your reference, is the Carp River. There is a zoning in place for these lands. I'll get to that in a moment, that allows for a 178,000 square foot retail food store and 60,000 square feet of retail. There are lands here that are zoned to allow for a hotel, as well as an existing church and a future funeral home by the McGarry family. Working back, these are the existing zoning designations on the lands. The Rona lands to the north are zone development reserve in anticipation of the city has been dealing with a site plan and zoning amendment application on the Rona lands for probably about 5 years. And these lands are anticipated to go exclusively to large format retail. These are the Loblaws lands, again zoned for 178,000 square feet of retail. These are the Taggart lands, 60,000 square feet plus a hotel here, and then the institutional uses. That zoning is consistent with the Canada West concept plan. This is the area that I'm referring to. The designations include community level retail. Again, that designation speaks to large format retail, which is very similar to the retail that we see along Hazeldean, which is actually a regional shopping center. The balance of the lands here are designated Prestige Business Park in the Canada West Concept Plan, but also support other uses other than exclusively employment uses. The Taggart lands here, which I showed in the previous slide, are zoned retail, pure retail, in large part because staff in 2005 and this committee chose to extend the community level retail designation to the entire Taggart lands, and will do so as well for the Rona lands. Back to the OP designation now, working backwards. These are the lands that we are talking about, the Carp River. This is the portion of the lands that the city is seeking to redesignate from enterprise area to employment area. As I spoke to the zoning and the development context on these lands, there's a large format retail store here, 60,000 square feet of retail approved here, and a hotel which Taggart is working on development applications here, which is supported by the existing zoning. The lands to the north here are, again, set aside for large format retail. The message is, and you'll barely pick this up, and I kind of like that in a sense, in that you actually have to squint to find the remaining sliver of employment lands within an area that is defined as your Canada Town Centre, which is exclusively mixed use and allows for retail, and the remaining portions of the Canada West concept plan area. The lands that staff are seeking to redesignate from enterprise area to employment area are an island within an existing mixed-use center. The development that is characterizing this area is exclusively retail, and the policies of the Canada West concept plan support that retail. What I'm suggesting the planning committee is the efforts are misguided. Rather than changing it to employment, or even retaining the enterprise area, staff should be seeking to expand the mixed-use center area and link the two together. What I failed to mention on these lands is that there is a proposed BRT to be converted to LRT that runs and bisects this property. There's a transit station shown here. All of those characteristics are consistent with a mixed-use center. The larger mixed-use center area has job targets that would allow the city to fulfill those and still retain some of the existing zoning that does allow employment components on it, but would allow for the development of these lands that are more in keeping with the function, the zoning, and the current policy context, which is the Canada West concept plan. So I'm encouraging committee to not support Schedule S3 in its current form and direct staff through a motion to redesignate the lands to mixed-use center. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councillor Wilkinson, and then Councillor Cadre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're saying that the uses that are already zoned for there would not be permitted if this changed, the official plan went ahead, or else the official plan and the zoning would be completely out of sync. Is that what I'm hearing from?
I would take the position that the existing uses are permitted as of right and wouldn't be lost as a result of the schedule. But, for instance, what would Rona do now if the redesignation is applied? They have a zoning amendment and site plan application well in for 5 years, as you know. When they eventually corporately decide they want to move forward and develop those lands, the enterprise designation would restrict that. They wouldn't. I don't see how staff could approve the zoning. But
Because that,
at the same time,
if I recall, that's a Zona store with some smaller other buildings as part of it, because there were 2 sections to that zoning.
yes, the Rona store here overlaps into the enterprise area it does overlap into the enterprise area designation, and it eventually will overlap into the employment designation.
Okay. Well, I think we'll take that up with staff and see what needs to get done, and we'll have to get back to you on that.
We have submitted a detailed submission, and we've been fortunate to meet with staff. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Tremblay, thank you for your presentation. Just coming back to the question that my colleague was asking about that you have submitted some recommendations to staff.
We have.
Could you supply me with a copy of that, please, along with, I'm sure, some of my other colleagues may be interested?
Absolutely.
The other point I wanted to make, Mr. Tremblay, is you mentioned in your presentation about a BRT possibly into an LRT. Mm-hmm. You know, looking at the most current TMP in the city, that BRT is way off into the future, and even I can't guess at that future. So I'm just, preparing you for that, and I'm sure you're aware of that.
We're braced for it, but the city has on other occasions designated mixed-use center lands in the absence of transit being there, but simply being designated and anticipated. The reality is this entire area, and there is a transit station obviously in Canada Centrum. This is a forgotten piece that really should have been used to complete the larger mixed-use designation, which still allows for employment. So it does, I think, in principle, satisfy staff's concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Presentation number 2.
So I'll just wait for it to be up. I'm here on behalf of Arnon Corporation. Mike Casey is here. I'm also here on behalf of other adjacent landowners, and you don't know it yet, but I'm also here speaking on behalf of the city. And I'll enlighten you as to how that happened.
Just to make it, Dave Reeve is up there. He's going to write that you're on here on behalf of the city. You're not. We're not paying you. You may make submissions about our land to our benefit, but there is no way we are paying you, putting you on retainer,
we'll sort out the
engaging your firm, or any other measures. Just so we'll be clear about that
later. So,
yeah,
take it up with accounting. I don't know. I don't know. I won't be as detailed here because we have submitted a very comprehensive package to staff, and we are seeking opportunities to meet with them and discuss further. But Arnon Corporation owns these lands at 1900 Russlin. I am also representing landowners at 115 Highway Lane, which is their commercial lands here. And actually, I'll go to the zoning schedule. And also some lands to the north owned by Mr. Lynn Norton. And I'm also throwing in your, and you'll see why later, your fire station number 73 located at 1690 Rockdale Road. Our submission is I'll keep it concise. The 2007 official plan removed policies that encouraged regionally oriented employment, commercial, or tourist-related uses at interchanges. And Arnon will be the first to tell you that the city is missing opportunities at our interchanges, which are located typically in either AG lands or rural lands, to foster good coordinated development. The lands to the south, which are located in the Township of Russell, the County of Prescott, is already characterized by light industrial employment, commercial uses, and there's a large proposal for a new retail shopping center south of these lands, which the request is also accompanied with a desire to get county water, which actually comes from the city. The point that we're making is that these areas are well suited because of their access and their exposure to highway interchanges. The city previously thought it was a good idea to recognize that, understanding that these interchanges can be drivers for economic development and can meet regional needs. What we're talking about here are not uses that are better suited in a village. It's not a 5,000 square foot grocery store. What we're talking about here are uses that could be at a regional scale. It could be a large format retail shopping center. It could be employment lands. It could be a tourist destination. The most obvious is the Limoges Water Park, which was an opportunity missed by the city. It went to areas outside of our municipal boundary, and it will contribute to economic development of that area, and it already has. And even some of our residential clients are building in proximity to that water park. It is an opportunity missed. What we're seeking is twofold. One, to allow those policies, and I've submitted a motion to staff requesting that those policies be reintroduced and massaged a little bit to include language that regional scale shopping centers and those kind of things that are well suited at highway interchanges be permitted under the revised policies. And we are also, in working with Arnon on these lands, we became aware that there is very poor water quality and quantity in this area. And that's why I referenced your fire station. Your fire station, as I understand, functions without adequate water in this area. The wells, they're not good. Our suggestion is to include policies and amend Section 232 of your current OP to allow municipal water to be extended to the properties at 1900 Russlin, 1690 Rockdale, which is your fire station, and the additional lands that I mentioned earlier at 115 Highway Lane and 1801 Russlin, so that this area can be developed if you choose to include those policies. And actually, you know what? Even if you choose not to include those policies, the existing zoning on the property allows for a broad range. All of these properties are currently zoned RC, which is rural commercial. It allows for a very broad range of commercial uses, including automotive-related uses like dealerships, service stations, restaurants. All of those things are permitted on a relatively small scale on these lands, and there's no good water. So the suggestion for us, coupled with the request from Arnon, is to allow for municipal water to be extended to these properties.
Okay. Good. Are there questions? Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much, and thank you very much for your presentation. In your discussions with the adjacent landowners or with staff, have they provided you a view on the capacity of the water system in Vars, either from the village itself or using the Russell extension?
I'll handle that. That question hasn't been posed, but we can answer it through the back door. The aquifer that provides the village of Vars with its water is the same aquifer that is being used by the water park. They're drawing all their water from it, so there obviously has to be great capacity. This whole argument is about economic development. When you froze the development at 400 highway interchanges, the surrounding municipalities jumped on it immediately. One has not to drive far down 416 till they get to Kempville, and there's, 600,000 feet of retail. You drive out here, you got the water park, the next exit, you've got the Embrim side of the village, both corners fully developed, the lands behind developed. Now you've got them coming forward with a 750,000 square foot shopping center, and they're going to use Ottawa water. So you're going to give them the water to do what you're not allowing to be done in your own lands. It just doesn't make sense to me. You're missing a golden opportunity. You're losing, I would guesstimate, in excess of $10 million a year in tax dollars to the surrounding municipalities, minimum. And so from an economic development point of view, I really think you need to look at this. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you and colleagues. This is relating to the motion I circulated earlier today on highway interchanges. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just a question, Mr. Casey, have you met with our economic development people? Because if you're right and this is an economic development issue, it would be incredibly helpful to have a recommendation from them.
I will arrange to meet with them. I've not met with them face-to-face. I have spoken with Sad.
Okay. So maybe, Ms. Snedden, you can make sure that before council, before we consider this at council on the 26th, that you, along with Mr. Casey on this issue, meet with Mr. Bashir, and we have a recommendation from Mr. Bashir on the economic development piece of this, because I think that that's probably the most important play here, as opposed to the planning aspects of it. So,
Will do, for sure,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then any further questions for Mr. Casey and Mr. Tremblay? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Ted Faubert. Mr. Faubert, if you'd like to come down. No, you got it. Wait. Boom, there you go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I'm with Sarah Miller-Martin, a planner in our office who assisted on this review on behalf of BOMA. I'd like to start by indicating that BOMA wishes to express its appreciation, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to engage with the city on this process. We've had a very satisfying number of meetings with staff, and in particular, I'd like to thank Mr. Moser and Leanne Snedden. I think they've gone over and above in responding to all of this, so thank you. BOMA has seen some considerable improvement in their position, or in their opinion, I should say, with respect to the June to the November document. And we boiled down really to a handful of items that we want to raise with you today. There's 4 items. We've distributed a letter on their behalf, and I'm not sure if it has been sent around, but that's what I'm going to be responding to.
Okay. Yes, it's likely in our raft of material, so go ahead.
So there are 4 items. The first deals with building heights. In the June document, there were maximum building heights and the need for secondary planning. In the November document, they have adjusted those building heights slightly. They're effectively interim building heights that require a secondary plan in order to increase building heights to meet some of your planning objectives. For example, in a mixed-use center now, under the current plan, you can do a maximum of 12 stories with the anticipation, for example, that a 30-story building or up to 30-story buildings is something that you would desire in appropriate locations around transit stations. In order to do that, however, you have to do a secondary plan, which we have no difficulty with. The question really is the uncertainty with respect to how staff and council will deal with an application in areas where a secondary is either not completed or is out of date and has to be updated or is simply not required. There's no indication in the plan that independent applications would be dealt with on the merit in relation to the planning framework that exists to make those decisions, and we think that's problematic. It's problematic for the reason that we feel that there's also a concern about the capacity of staff resources to implement the comprehensive secondary planning across the city. All of the land use designations virtually require some level of secondary planning. For example, in a general urban area, a maximum 4-story height limit. If you want to increase something beyond 6, for example, which is allowed near a transit, but if you had an 8-story proposal near a transitway, that wouldn't be permitted unless there was a secondary plan. And what we're recommending, Mr. Chairman, is that you establish a specific policy in the plan that says in the absence of secondary planning and you receive an application, that the policy framework of the plan as established, it's a good policy framework, simply be used to evaluate that application. With respect to the capacity to implement the secondary plans, given the staff resources, we recommend in the letter that you establish a comprehensive annual work program and with the community and the industry to ensure priority locations are identified, that you set a non-time decision with respect to completion. We would suggest a 12-month horizon, and that you, again, have the ability to continue to assess independent applications. There's a minimum 4-story height limit set out in mixed-use centers, and BOMA feels that that's inappropriate. If you get a 3-story office development, for example, in a mixed-use center, that makes sense. We don't feel it should be simply eliminated, that there should be opportunity for consideration. There needs to be flexibility there. We also note that there's in employment areas, there's a 4-story height limit if you're outside of a transit catchment area, outside of the 800-meter radius of a transit station. BOMA feels that those restrictions on the employment areas should be rethought, that anywhere in the employment area should be considered for appropriate employment development, and that the height limits in that in employment areas should allow to rise to at least 6 stories and greater as you move towards the transit station. There is, the second point, conflicting policies with respect to permitting high-rise development, Mr. Chairman, which we would ask you look at. For example, if you're on an arterial road in a mixed-use center location, you're not permitted to go beyond the 9 or 12 stories that's set out in that particular designation. The third, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit over, but the third issue deals with the employment land strategy. BOMA supports the employment land strategy. BOMA would like you to really look at that as a priority item. We've recommended in our letter to you that, in fact, it become a recommendation 5 in the staff report, that you would direct staff to complete that on a timely fashion. There's also the focus of the study is on development readiness as well as looking at the land, and BOMA is concerned that you also look at the market perception of lands and their ability to actually accommodate employment. Finally, Mr. Chairman, there is a restriction on major office uses in residential areas, and we would ask that staff consider an amendment to permit major offices, which are defined in the plan, are not permitted in a general urban area. We believe there are criteria and conditions upon which they should be considered. General urban areas cover 90% of the land use areas along the Queensway, etc. It may not be inappropriate to allow them in certain locations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to answer questions, and I apologize for going over time.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Harder?
I just wanted you to expand a little bit on the tail end of your presentation when you were talking about opportunities and with regard to the road network.
With respect to the road network, did you say?
Yeah.
What we were talking about in the policy framework, major office development is not permitted in general urban areas. There's simply not a recognition of that. They're permitted in mixed-use centers, town centers. They're permitted in employment areas if they're within certain distance to a transit station, but there's no opportunity to allow them in the policy framework within a general urban area. And what we're suggesting in our recommendation to you is that, in fact, the policy be amended to permit major office development to occur in a general urban area if it's within 800 meters of a transit station, if it's an area that's already characterized by commercial activity, if the site has is on a collector road or an arterial road, and if it can satisfy the design objectives and the compatibility objectives of the plan, that it should be considered. The way it is now, it's simply not considered. You'd have to do an official plan amendment. So, for example, I don't know, the Carling Executive Park at the corner of Carling.
Which one? Carling?
Executive Park, I believe would be in a general urban area. That type of development along the Queensway in a general urban area on an arterial road has not been captured by those policies. So that's the point we're making.
So, Mr. Chair, some of us over here that have been nodding our heads about it, that does make sense. So I'd be looking for staff comment and also consideration. I know that when the package comes forward back to council, that's something that I would like consideration. I mean, those issues are good. I mean, we're banking on employment lands that we are hell bent on protecting with our lives, but many of them no one wants to actually go and build in. If we have opportunities for development that meet the criteria that Mr. Faubert is talking about, I don't think they should be ruled out of order just because.
Okay. So what will happen is Mr. Faubert's submission will, as I outlined in my memo to you, we're going to package them together. They're going to go to Ms. Snedden. Issues that they believe, we're hearing this is right. We'll come back and staff will recommend that we consider these in a global motion.
Fashion.
Pieces of it that we may not agree with. They'll be clearly identified, and you will be able to advance them at that time. And Mr. Mark and planning staff will be able to will draft a motion for you to make sure that we're capturing your intent.
So I don't need to have any action today. You've taken note of that, Ms. Snedden.
Yeah. And where there's clarification needed, Ms. Snedden will be dealing with will be available to meet with Mr. Faubert between now and the time it goes to council.
And we have those comments?
Yes. I just wanted to point out that our letter in boxes show clear recommendations and clear changes to the policy. It's very hard. There's some complex issues to get across in 5 minutes, but
then why don't you do me a favor? You have not all of your staff isn't here today, although many of them are. Maybe you could actually get somebody to isolate it exactly and then drop it off, and we'll have it put into the record.
Yes.
Make it easier and more concise. And just so you intend that we're not voting on any of the motions today?
No, exactly. The advice that we've received from Mr. Mark, regardless of what staff support or not, the strongest position in advancing council's agenda, should it be appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, is to, on all the items, have a robust staff review. So when it's considered at council, we've dealt with it. There's been a staff analysis that puts whatever position council takes, whether it's with supportive staff or without, in the strongest position should it be appealed.
Okay, just have a question then on that.
Sure.
What about the other side? If we're talking about, this has been, and you said this at the beginning of the process, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
This has been a very arduous process.
Yes.
Many, many people, whether you're a developer or whether you are a resident, have been engaged for almost a year.
Yes.
1,000 hours have been spent. I just want to make sure that the process, for example, if I'm tabling a motion today or a direction.
And I would encourage you to do that.
Which I have.
Yes.
Which is not going, except in this case, which I will.
Yes.
And there may be other things, but
right.
I want to make sure that the people that are coming forward are not disadvantaged by this committee, who does have jurisdiction over it, not making a statement today.
No, they're not disadvantaged.
We know that for a fact.
Mr. Mark? In fact, their position is strengthened when the matter should the matter be appealed.
So, Mr. Mark, you know what I was asking?
It's funny you mentioned that, Councillor, because when we finished the review yesterday, we were going through that, we had very much the same questions.
Mr. Chair, I was following the interchange between yourself and Councillor Harder, and as your note stated yesterday, Mr. Chair, yes, in my opinion, far from being disadvantaged. The position will be stronger because Council will have the benefit of the planning advice on the matter, and which Council will be able to weigh in its mind when it makes a decision on
whether to proceed with whatever the policy is that's requested or not.
And when this is the end of the month that this is coming?
26th. But the positions and everything, given that there needs to be time between when council, when this all comes out, it can't come out in the procedural memo. So there is a direction to Ms. Sneddon to release that. The council is on a Tuesday, the Thursday before, I think it's the 21st. So the 21st, so everyone knows.
And I think that that's fair, because, those of us that are, have been engaged, are engaged, will be moving motions and that sort of thing, I do want to have time that, if it's something that I felt was really important,
absolutely,
and then staff comes back and says, not happening, not on for us or whatever, I want the opportunity to talk to the people whose skin is in the game.
That's right.
Whether it's a community person or whether it's a developer.
Absolutely, and that's the way it's designed.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Faubert. Ms. Millens and Mr. Pierce.
Good morning again. It is still morning. I am now here on behalf of the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association, and I just want to start by saying that I echo the sentiments of Mr. Faubert with respect to staff and the process that has led us to today. GOBA and BOMA did actually collaborate to a certain extent in our review of the official plan to identify issues and to attempt to address them with staff. It did result in several positive changes that we do think helped clarify the official plan. However, we still have some concerns with the November draft. I just want to take this moment to give a brief description of GOBA. Although it's known to most people that GOBA is the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association, it does represent builders and many of its associated trades. It is the third largest employer in the city of Ottawa, and it is the development industry, which is the constituent members of GOBA, that is instrumental in implementing and building the structure of this city based on, among other things, the Ottawa official plan, community design plans, and zoning bylaws. It is the development industry at large that has the task of balancing the policies of the city as contained in the official plan, which represents the future vision of the city and providing what the market wants. This is not always an easy task. Development must provide the appropriate density as requested by the city in accordance with the performance standard as indicated in zoning bylaws when infrastructure is available, or it must construct the infrastructure itself. Now, as I said, we generally agreed with BOMA's submissions, but I'll get to some of the details of the home builders. We have submitted a letter to committee today. I anticipate a more detailed chart of specific policy issues will be submitted to the city next week. To be clear, GOBA does not generally dispute the issuance of height limits or certain design guidelines or intensification. What we do challenge, though, is where should this information be contained. I'm just turning to my letter. We continue to disagree with the fact that specific prescriptive policies are in the official plan, and this is, for example, things like the specific height limits or setbacks. One example not referred to yet is that high-rise towers must be separated by a separation distance of at least 23 meters. The reason we dispute this is that there are numerous examples throughout this city or even in future development where good planning may indicate an exception to this policy. Details such as height limits, setbacks, etc. should be established during a secondary planning process, because it is during that process that the more intimate details can be discussed and determined. Now, secondary planning process is a definition used in the official plan, and it refers to everything from secondary plans, community design plans, transit-oriented development. There are a few different processes that could be used to establish that level of detail. Furthermore, it is essential that the City of Ottawa continue to commit to completing the secondary plans as required to implement the policies of the official plan. There are some existing secondary plans in the City of Ottawa. Several need to be updated in order to truly reflect the official plan. We request that a clear list be included in the official plan stating what secondary planning processes have been completed, what work is underway, and what work is to be done. We also ask that the City exercise strong leadership during these studies to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to have input. As a quick sidebar, staff's response has been, and this is in the official plan, that there is the opportunity to amend the official plan if you want to construct something that is not in accordance with the OP policies. However, I submit that this is not realistic because applications have to conform to the official plan. If you're seeking to amendment, you are obviously going against what is otherwise stated. There is a disconnect there. An application to amend would have a very large uphill battle. Moving on to another issue, with respect to the employment and industrial lands for the City of Ottawa, GOBA has previously made submissions earlier this year on the employment land study. We continue to question the readiness and the desirability of the employment lands identified, and we ask that a policy be included in the official plan committing the City to doing the additional work. There is a statement in the staff report that the work is going to be recommended in 2014, but we ask that it clearly be directed to be done and all stakeholders, including GOBA, be consulted. I just have two more quick points. Next, the Hempson report. GOBA has had discussions with the City. It has previously made submissions. We continue to dispute the findings, the methodology, and the use of the study by the City. GOBA recently submitted its own report offering suggestions and comments as to how the Hempson report could be revised and strengthened. If the report is to be used by the City of Ottawa, GOBA looks forward to further discussing it based on our recent submissions so that agreed upon principles may be established to guide the growth and development of the city. We will continue to review the official plan documents as they are produced. Today I heard reference to an annex that I look forward to reviewing with the intention of trying to help the city produce a document that can be used to implement the growth of this city. I need to add the comment that several GOBA members may be relying upon our written submissions to establish their own appeal rights, and that the more detailed list will be sent to the city next week.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Ms. Milan. Sorry, we're just having a small conference about implementing one of your points. And Councillor Hart is going to ask you a question after Councillor Blois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report that your association has submitted that seems to not run contrary to the Hempson report, but certainly there are some contradictions there, and I think you're actually indicating there are contradictions in how Hempson previously saw the world and how it's seen now. Has that been in the hands of staff for review, or are you just bringing that forward now?
The Malone-Given Parsons report, I believe, was given to the staff about a week and a half ago. It was given to the city approximately a week and a half ago.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to refer this then to staff. It may be premature to answer on this, but how do you see trying to reconcile the differences of views that are being brought forward here between the Hempson report and the report that the association has put on the table? There are some significant differences from what I can see.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we certainly met with the consultants involved that were doing the study to critique the Hempson report. I just actually received in my email the report from the consultants just the last 2 days, so I haven't had a chance to review the report, and I don't know that Mr. Cross has had an opportunity yet to review that report. However, we have asked Hempson to review the critique of the report of the critique of their report.
So just to abbreviate this, and we will be getting something back from you that responds to the points that have been raised here.
Through Mr. Chair, absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the discussion we were having was about your desire to have assurance on like a firm plan that we're going to, a firm commitment. we are going to, but in order to do it in 2014, we would have to advance money from the next term of council's budget to do it in 2014. So I guess my question to you is, first of all, I don't know how much that would be, approximately, but I was wondering if it is important collectively to the home builders community to do it in 2014 as opposed to 2015. Would you be interested in sponsoring it financially so it could be done? Or is the assurance that in 2015, in the next term of council, we would be doing it, is that good enough?
Sorry, Councillor, I seek clarification. Is this with respect to the employment study or the CDPs?
That's what you asked us, right? It's the employment study.
I know you can't answer, but I mean, there's enough
I could certainly I could certainly take it back to home builders.
Yeah,
I obviously
and
can't
we have until council.
Yes.
And in fact, it would be good if we had it in that time frame that the chair talked about, so that it could be included in the report.
And Ms. Snedden will get us the parameters, if we're going to advance it, what we need to do, what the financial resources are, because I don't think they're going to be insignificant. They could be in the $500,000 range to be able to do the work but we'll have to figure that out.
And perhaps even there could be some kind of a cost-sharing element that would be affordable. So I guess the good news here is that you saw myself and Chair Hume and Mr. Moser talking about this. It's something, you've heard the direction now. Clearly it's something that's going to happen. It's a matter of when it's going to happen. And if you would like to have some control over that, it's going to cost you money.
I will certainly take it back.
Okay.
And we'll be in discussions.
All right. So let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think that there are any further questions. Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Dufresne and Mr. Cohen. Or maybe just Mr. Dufresne. Oh, sorry. Mr. Dufresne and Ms. Sweet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm accompanied by Pamela Sweet from Foten, as well as Sarah Miller-Martin from Foten, who's sitting over by the controls there, since she's has the most capacity to be able to control the technical equipment. You're right. You saw that yesterday. My name is Pierre Dufresne. I'm Vice President of Land Development for Tartan Land Corporation. And for clarification on the speaker's list, I'm here on behalf of North Leitrim Co-Tenancy. That's a co-tenancy that is partnered by Tartan and Tamarack or Tigert Corporation, and that's the same partnership that has done the majority of development in Leitrim to date. So it's consistent with the ownership of most of Leitrim. I'm here today to talk about the merits of redesignating a parcel of land from employment use to general urban use, which implication would permit residential construction. If we can put the CDP up on the screen. You can? Okay. If you want to just put up your graphic, the Foten graphic, then please. The North Leitrim co-tenancy parcel of land is it's at the north end of Leitrim in the CDP area. It's outlined there in red on the graphic. The part that is not hatched is already designated residential by virtue of the Community Development Plan and an accompanying official plan amendment in 2005. The hatched area is a 20-hectare employment use parcel of land. We acknowledge that under the direction of the provincial policy statement and your own official plan, this type of designation is generally discouraged. However, there are a number of tests in your official plan by which this type of matter could be considered. About 21 of them. There are 11 tests, but some of them have sub-tests. There's 21 of them, and they've been outlined in a report prepared by Foten and Malone Givens Parsons having input into it. I have copies of that report, and if anybody would like to read it in detail to view those arguments and points, I'd be pleased to provide you one. Sister or accompanying our request to redesignate this, the city has changed Schedule E, if you could show it in your official plan. This new road alignment for Leitrim Road that's coming up was required in anticipation of a new runway that's going to be built on the airport property. It will be just north of Leitrim Road, and therefore Leitrim Road will have to swing to the south of that and be reconstructed, which is highlighted by that dark line on the graphic. And where it comes up and matches Leitrim Road on the top right of that dark line goes through the subject property. You can go back to the full-time graphic. That provides a compelling argument that it will be a suitable, in the future, it will be a suitable barrier or separation between employment use and residential use, as opposed to Kelly Farm Drive, which is where that separation is now, but will probably end up serving more of a local function when all this happens. The one matter that we struggled to, well, actually didn't struggle, but we felt was most important to deal with was the jobs to housing ratios that are required in your official plan. Basically, in all of the growth areas, we're required to provide 1.3 jobs per residential unit. Included in the employment lands, in the retail lands, residential units are, home-based businesses and residential units are assumed under a direction from the city, school sites, et cetera, et cetera. We're able, if we're successful in converting the lands to general urban, we will be able to meet that continue to meet that 1.3 to 1 jobs to housing ratio if we're able to also count 800 existing jobs and proposed expansion plans of the CFS Leitrim base. That base is located on the north side of Leitrim Road, just to the east of the urban area, and the designation that they fall in is Greenbelt Employment Lands, which directly abuts the growth area. The city is hesitant to allow us to have those jobs contribute to the growth area job allocation because it's in a separate designation, although it is directly abutting the growth area. But we feel that the planning objective in your official plan of creating the opportunity for people to purchase housing and live adjacent or close to where they work would otherwise be fulfilled. So we're asking for consideration of those jobs in order to fulfill that objective. One last point, two last points, if you can indulge me. Right now, Leitrim has proportionately 23% of its lands, including the newly designated lands as a result of the last official plan. 23% of those lands are designated employment. It's the highest ratio of any growth area in the city. Riverside South is second at 18%, and it falls down to about 6% in Canada-Stittsville. If we're successful with the redesignation, we'll still have 20% of our lands at designated employment, which will still be the highest ratio of any growth area in the city. And finally, I'll touch on the DANX report. Your DANX Phase 1 report concluded that there's a 39-year supply of employment lands within the urban boundary of the city of Ottawa. Staff were directed to start a DANX Phase 2 report, which evaluated the readiness of these employment lands and sort of setting a priority of where resources should be allocated to promote them. Leitrim basically fell on the bottom end of that report in evaluation of every category. We feel that these are not appropriate employment lands given that, or attractive employment lands given that there's no 400 series highway close by. Leitrim is not a large enough growth area to have a critical mass to support that use, and that these lands generally are rated poor in the DANX Phase 2 report. DANX Phase 1 report was evaluated as part of the official plan. DANX Phase 2 report did not inform your official plan, but it was a City Commission document and the results are there. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get you in a second. It's this intriguing. Wasn't all of your lands designated through a community design plan process?
Originally, our lands were designated in 1988 through...
No, I mean, the most recent. I can go through the history of the Reamer lands and the OMB appeals and all of that. But the land use designations that exist today, were they not...
They're consistent with the 2005 Community Development Plan, yes.
Right, okay. And in that Community Development Plan, were the CFS Leitrim lands considered as employment? So you're saying, I don't need that much employment because I've got this employment over there.
The CFS Leitrim lands were referred to in the study They had representation on the Technical Advisory Committee
But
during the workings.
they weren't part of your, I have these lands over here, so I only need X a part of employment lands.
No, the 1.3 to 1 jobs to housing ratios as represented in the CDP, or the job counts represented in the CDP, did not include those jobs.
Right. And so...
It's city policy that within the growth areas, the calculation of that formula has to come within the boundary of the growth area.
Right.
No lands that are abutting or adjacent or beyond.
But you couldn't, and so they weren't included. And so now what you're saying is really that policy's wrong. You shouldn't have agreed to the land use designations then, because now you're coming back at the opportunity to change them, because we really should be including employment centers outside of your designation.
What I'm saying is that the official plan objectives of creating attractive places for people to live and work in the same location would be fulfilled by doing that. And therefore, they should not be discounted or discarded.
Okay. I'm trying to elevate this from this is a Leitrim issue to the broader OP policy issue, and I'm having a little bit of trouble.
I guess I would agree that if the opportunities are similar in other areas, I would agree that they should also be counted.
Right. Well, we've got the same one in Riverside South with airport lands, and you're saying them in Leitrim. I mean, we've got a series of them, and if the policy isn't correct, that creating employment lands or designating employment lands solely within a growth area is the right policy, which is, I think, what you're saying, then that's a broader issue than just the redesignation of your sliver. What you're saying is that when we do these CDPs, the designation of employment lands must take into account some broader employment perspective than what's solely within the growth area, because you're asking us to take in Leitrim, Urbandale wants airports.
I think I wouldn't be so specific to a methodology behind a CDP. I think I would rephrase that by saying, when quantifying the 1.3 jobs to housing ratios for any type of a designated area, it would be appropriate to consider jobs that fulfill the planning objective that I described earlier.
That are in proximity to the growth area.
Yes, where appropriate.
Right. Okay. Okay. Councillor Harder.
So the 800 jobs in this case, and I mean, this is a great map to have up there, because we've already heard from Urbandale and their argument about the airport lands. So with regard to the lands with the 800 jobs by the Leitrim lands, or the change, or the jobs at the airport, who is getting credit for that now? Where does that get?
For the purposes of the calculation of
and who
jobs...
lives there where the credit is given?
Yeah, nobody. For the purposes of the jobs to housing ratio, those jobs are not allocated to any benefiting area.
So therefore, when we say we have X number of years that we have of product in that, or of jobs that we have, we're not counting that anywhere?
For the purposes of this localized CDP, localized community areas, growth areas, no. For the purposes of the Danex report in analyzing that we have a 39-year supply of lands,
it would be included there.
I'd have to ask Mr. Cross that. I don't think so, because the Greenbelt employment
well, then if they're not included, then if they're not included anywhere, then there's somewhat of mythical jobs.
They're real jobs.
But still, there's 800 people at them. Yeah. So, anyway, thank you for that. I definitely am going to want to have. I have a motion that I have in already, and I have one in on the Urbandale, and I would ask that I would ask everybody to look at the map and remember that map when we're dealing with it at council, okay? The fact is, if those jobs, 800 jobs in one case, are not of a benefit to the community across the street, then who are they a benefit to? Who should that be counted as? Where are those people going to live? Where do we want those people to live? Part of what we want, Mr. Chair, is to have those people live in Leitrim. It makes sense. And work there. I mean, God knows that's what I want to have happen someday in Barrhaven. Thank you.
We'll try and get a super secret...
It's always about Barrhaven. It's always about those prestige business lands. It's always about Strandberg.
And we'd like to pick Leitrim up and move it to Barrhaven.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dufresne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Price, on behalf of the Northern and Eastern Ontario Lafarge Group, speaking on behalf of the Ontario Sand and Gravel Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Rod Price. I'm here on behalf of the Ontario Stone, Sand and Gravel Association, in particular our Eastern chapter. We are an industry association of aggregate producers across the province. The Eastern chapter in particular, the City of Ottawa producers, consisting of companies such as Tomlinson, Kavanaugh, Acon, Lafarge, Cruikshank, Cornwall Sand and Gravel, have put together a working group over the last 6 months that have been working with staff on various policies as it relates to the mineral resource policies that have been brought forward. For the most part, the policies that have been introduced have come to a collaborative effort with staff, so I'd like to commend them on that. The only outstanding issue that the industry has on the matter is the matter of the mapping on the official plan. Back earlier this spring, the Ontario Geological Survey had produced what's called an aggregate resource inventory paper, which identified good quality, close to market aggregate that gets filtered down through the provincial policy statement for protection. Now, based on this mapping, conversations have taken place with our group and the city. There was a number of options that were proposed in terms of identifying the resource that we could have lived with at the time. And as the window started to close, our discussions kind of ran out of time. So what has been proposed by staff is to put together this stakeholder group moving forward and over the course of the next term of council, say, which the industry is certainly in favor of. Our issue is that we want to ensure that the work gets done. The last ARIP, it's called, the resource paper handed down by the province, was completed in 1991. The last time that the mineral resource policies were looked at by the former regional council was back in 1996. The window does not open that often for these opportunities, and we'd like to ensure that we get this right through the stakeholder process, not only for the industry, but for the city so that they can plan appropriately moving forward and ensure that the resources that have been identified or that will be identified are available and through a collaborative process with all stakeholders, including landowners, future landowners, NGOs, anybody that may have an interest. So we're just looking at this point for the commitment that staff has committed to. We'd like to see some policy introduced into the policy of the resource policy section. The last thing we'd like to have happen to us is the same thing that happened through the last official plan review when the council had directed staff to look into the Lear assessment, which, judging from what I heard earlier today, still hasn't been completed.
Mr. Price, just I can put an end to your torment and everybody else's too, perhaps. Okay, well but he's coming up with like observations on other stuff that has nothing to do with what he's talking about. So I just wanted to tell you what I have sent around to the planning committee members and members of council. So just listen to this part. Whereas the current official plan update is a refresh, while the designated areas were reviewed but not updated in 2013, and whereas mineral aggregates are a non-renewable resource and a review of the need to designate the additional mineral aggregate resource areas have not been assessed since 1995 and is timely. So the first be it resolved that you've already seen stays there, but then I've added, and be it further resolved that the city will establish a stakeholder consultation group to review the mapping. The results and findings may lead to a future OPA to official plan amendment to implement the required changes and ensure appropriate areas are identified, protected, and available for long-term use.
Thank you. That's all we're looking for. Appreciate that. That'd be great.
Great, thank you. Did you want to say anything more in your last?
No, just thanks again to staff. Ms. Sneddon was instrumental in terms of driving the two groups forward, so we really appreciate it.
And you said that to me before the meeting started, and good job. Thank you. So next up, we have Erwin Dreesen. And on deck, we have Karen Wright. So Karen, just heads up when you see Mr. Dreesen's submission ending. Please be prepared to come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. For 15 years, the Green Space Alliance has been a loyal participant in civic affairs in the Ottawa region at all levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I'm sorry to say that never has the state of public consultation been as dismal and totally inadequate as it has been in this review of the official plan and supporting plans. Let me be clear, staff has been quite responsive to specific comments the Alliance has submitted in September. It was much appreciated that they did so in such trying circumstances, but our concern is that it is impossible to meaningfully engage the broader public with such voluminous material in the time available. A visit to a few public libraries this week revealed that the June 25th OPA was available, but other documents related to this review process were either not available at all, or else only a few of them were. Regarding access to the current official plan, we say it again, number one, is the unavailability of a color-printed and bound copy of the current plan in conformity with provincial access regulations. We suspect it is not. During our library visits, we found that even there, printed copies of the current plan are not available. Number two, on the website, there is no PDF of the whole document, making searches extremely cumbersome. As you may know, we strongly support the proposed ban on future control lot subdivisions. Meanwhile, according to document 5 before you, a large number of country lot subdivisions, comprising some 2,800 lots, are still in the queue. Some of these are approved, others are still in the application stage. Now, the policy says, quote, applications lodged prior to December 31st, 2009 will be assessed by those policies in force on insert date of adoption. If the intent is to refer to the current policies, which the amendment proposes to delete, then to avoid any confusion, we suggest that the policy should say policies in force immediately prior to insert date of adoption. The Hampson report regarding comparative fiscal impact of 4 types of residential development deserves more attention than the one paragraph devoted to it in the staff report. We urge you to consider its implications for the policy on control of subdivisions and the upcoming review of the development charges bylaw. In response to earlier comments, staff has asserted to us that, quote, most of the pieces that make up the urban green space network are in public ownership for various reasons, end quote. We beg to differ. In our text, which you should have before you, we list a number of vulnerable areas drawn from staff's report on October 8th and from our own analysis of the status of the urban natural areas that were evaluated in 2005 and 2006. In addition, the UNA evaluation study did not consider any natural area smaller than 0.8 hectares. Altogether, that leaves quite a few patches of land in the urban area that are very much valued by communities and that have no effective protection. The city's policy should be biased toward protecting its trees, even more so now that the emerald ash borer is wreaking havoc on a quarter of the city's trees. The deficit in forest cover on 43% of Ottawa's land area needs to be rectified. One of the as yet unused tools to provide more protection would be a strong site alteration bylaw. Policy 10 of Section 245 in the plan was adopted in 2009. It states that the city will develop a site such a bylaw. The essence of this directive was already in the 2003 plan. The OMB explicitly took note of the expectation that such a bylaw was imminent. That was in 2011. Where is it? Markham, London, Kitchener and Oakville are among several municipalities in Ontario that have vegetation impact clauses in their site alteration bylaws. Let's work with the tools we have at our disposal to do a better job protecting our trees. We note the letter from our tree conservation authorities dated October 25th, which strongly supports including a new policy stating unequivocally that stormwater facilities
Mr. Dreesen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please. You're past
Yes,
time.
I will. Just one more minute.
Not one more minute. You need to actually wrap up. Thank you.
We attached that letter to our submission, and with this being on the record, the two conservation authorities other than Rideau Valley are now bound by that policy, and we're pleased with that. We support the new policy regarding complete streets, and we urge you to reinstate a policy that was in the June version but has now been deleted, that concerned encouragement of green infrastructure at parking lots. That's on page 4-7.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Dreesen? Where's my screen? Councillor Chernyshenko.
Sorry, just a brief question. I didn't catch that last one. The part that was deleted, that was green infrastructure in...
Yes, there was on page 4-7 of the current version, there was a policy to encourage green infrastructure at parking lots. And we thought that was a good addition. And in the most recent version, that has been deleted. And we think that's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dreesen. So, Karen Wright, please come forward. Are you here? There you are, Karen. Thank you. And after Karen, we're going to have Pamela Sweet up again and Wayne French. So you're on deck. Also, the chair plans on attempting to have a lunch break for half an hour at 12:30. So if we shoot to get through Mr. Seeley, and we get that far, we might get one more after that. Just let all of you who are on the list know. So please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Karen Wright. I'm the president of the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. With me is Sharan Paquette, one of our residents. On September the 24th, the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association formally requested the reinstatement of Modification 347, which lifted a deferral number 18 to the City of Ottawa Official Plan of 1991, Section 2.3.2.5, Open Space, Parks, Leisure, Resources. And this policy was omitted from the 2003 official plan during amalgamation. This omitted policy specifically addressed the land use of 45 Ruskin Street, the city-owned lands north of the Civic Hospital. This policy incorporated a 30-year land use agreement for these lands between the City of Ottawa, the Civic Hospital, and the Civic Hospital neighborhood into the official plan. This city-supported agreement was entered into in good faith and represented years of negotiation and cooperation between all the parties. It was created to balance the parking needs of the hospital while maintaining the character of the local neighborhood. Specifically, the agreement ensured that the hospital retained the existing surface parking lot while it evaluated their future parking and transit solutions. Additionally, the city was able to ensure their priority to maintain this future green space adjacent to the hospital for patients and visitors. The agreement also recognized the neighborhood's support for the hospital while capping the amount of development in the midst of our residential neighborhood. The policy was omitted from the 2003 official plan without any direct notification or consultation to any of the parties involved regarding its removal. Our inquiries to the City Planning Department and via the City's Access to Information process have provided no indication as to why the policy was left out. However, despite the omission, the city has continued to adhere and to refer to the policy in lease negotiations as recently as November 2012. The incorporation of this policy into the official plan now is extremely important, as there is presently a zoning amendment bylaw under consideration. It appears the city has completely abandoned its original commitment, and from the information we have reviewed, has actively initiated the intensification of this site, directly contrary to Council's approved agreement with the residents of the neighbourhood. We recognize the hospital needs additional parking. However, we believe they also have a responsibility to locate that parking appropriately on an arterial road that can handle the volume of traffic, not in the middle of a residential community with access to be via our small residential streets. The proposed development directly affects the use of this land, and negates a well-considered agreement regarding the use of the land, and it is important the policy and official plan reflect the need to limit development on this site. We feel the city is morally responsible and accountable to uphold this council's signed agreement. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions? We have, Councillor Hobbs has a question of staff, so thank you very much for coming today. Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was looking for a comment on, I know I had earlier corresponded about this agreement being removed from the official plan, and I just was hoping for a clarification of why it was removed and what implication that has going forward for this particular property at 45 Ruskin.
Through the Chair, the only explanation I can give is that in 2003, when staff did a consolidation and the creation of the new city official plan, a lot of local policies that were in former official plans were lost.
So it doesn't mean that we don't have that agreement on record and that it doesn't have the same, not weight, but the same ability to reclaim this land when the parking goes away?
I don't have a lot of personal knowledge about that particular policy, but I would assume that the agreement was an agreement between the two parties at the time. It's not normal to put that sort of agreement into an official plan.
So we can have that information come back for you.
That's fine.
Correct,
Yeah.
Mr. Moser?
Thanks very much.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming out. May I ask that Ms. Sweet comes back to the mic and Mr. French. And next on deck is Mr. Thompson, Graham Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Planning Committee. I'm here to represent Waste Management with a very simple and straightforward request. In the current official plan, there is a small designation at just west of Carb Road that's labeled Sand and Gravel Resource Area, and it's in the very middle. You can see it's that square of an area that's designated the Carp Road Rural Employment Area. And our simple request today is to remove the designation of the pits and or the sand and gravel and put it into the employment category. The reason for that is that under the official plan, there is an ability that once pits and quarries license are given up, that area can be redesignated to another use without having to go through the formal official plan process, but it would be lumped in with a regular official plan review. So we're asking today to take the opportunity, since the license has been surrendered. Here's a picture of the rehabilitation, and it's taken place with the agreement of the Ministry of Natural Resources. The resource is depleted, and now we're just requesting that this be redesignated to a use that's representative of the surrounding area, which is the Carp Road Corridor Rural Employment Area. Any questions?
I actually have a question. So, Ms. Nedden, when the review of that we were talking about earlier of the employment lands goes forward, whether it's 2014 or 2015, is this something that would be considered at that time? Because if they're looking for a designation of employment, or is that something that you see happening at an earlier stage?
Madam Chair, I think we'd probably want to review this one and provide you with some information back before Council. And then we could certainly also review between now and Council what that scope of work would look like for that employment review to see how we would assess some of these situations in addition to this discussion today.
Good. So we will get more information back further to this delegation prior to Council, specifically on that the rectangle that's on the CARP site.
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Kadri?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to add to that, Ms. Nedden, is that information, when it is coming forward prior to Council, that the councillors in the West End be provided that information also, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming. Mr. Thompson, please come forward. And following Mr. Thompson, we're going to hear from Faith Blackyer.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Graham Thompson, and I have a short slideshow for you here today. There's also a letter from Paquette Planning Limited and an outline of the presentation which is being handed out to the committee. I'll send a copy of that to Chris after the meeting today. Here we are on slide 1. This is Ottawa, of course, and I've lived here for 27 years with my wife Sherry. And we are down in the southwest corner, close to Ashton and Munster, in the Rideau-Goulburn Ward 21. We're approximately 5 kilometers from Ashton, 5 kilometers from Munster, in an area which could be described as the corner of Ashton Station Road and Copeland. I'm bringing in the map now, which comes from Geo Ottawa. And there's my 20-acre lot. So I'm just going to request a special site-specific amendment to the plan. As you can see from the EP3 zone slide, there is a wetland running right through my property. Get a bit closer. There's here at the top, you can see from my red pointer, there is a very large pond top of the property, a second pond, maybe 200, 300 feet long, a third pond connecting, another long wet area. This is wet year-round. And then it funnels into a culvert on Copeland. So we have a property which is in fact divided into 2 parts. 20 acres with ponds and wet areas. Historically, the property was in 2 parcels. Originally, it was purchased by veterinarian Dr. Don McKeel and was registered as 2 separate 10-acre parcels, and then the titles were merged because they were both in his name. Here we are in the top right-hand corner looking out from the property. This is the first large pond that we look onto. Then this is the next pond I described as about 200 or 300 feet long, and a connecting smaller pond, and the waterway connecting right down to the culvert at Copeland. So we have a lovely property here in wonderful Ottawa, but it's divided in half. Consequently, we have 2 dry areas shown on the map here. a large section and a smaller section. This land, of course, is not farmland. It's cedars, pine, balsam, poplar, birch, and it is wet, of course, year-round in that center section. My request is to sever off a 3-acre section, which is about 1.2 hectares. The reason I'm doing this is because there are existing properties of similar size. Just further down Copeland Road, there's 3 examples there of 3 or 4 acres. This puts it in context. I'm in the corner with the wetland, and those 3 sections are further down Copeland. Here is the roughly 17-acre piece that would be left. This would be 6.9 hectares, and I know the planning within the official plan designates that there should be a 10-hectare minimum area for retained portion of the rural parcel to be severed, but I'm requesting a special allowance for myself. It seems reasonable. We're divided in half. We don't go over to that other section. And the portion of the property being considered for severance already functions as a separate parcel, given the presence of standing water to the west and north of it. As such, the southeast corner of the property, i.e. the proposed severed parcel, is effectively isolated from the balance of the developmental portion of the property. As well, the proposed severance would create a parcel size that would be in character with many of the existing properties in the area. And finally, the proposed severance would create a parcel at a sufficient distance away from the nearest intersection, that is the Ashton Station Road in Copeland, to safely provide for another road access point. Of course, all these points are summarized in an outline I've handed to the committee, and Chris will receive a written document. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Faith Blanquier, you're next. And then after Faith is Gary Seeley. Yep. Now, before you start, Ms. Blanquer, I understand that we owe you a little bit of debt of gratitude. Mr. Seeley's told me on numerous occasions that you have spent long hours preparing the documentation that has been submitted to the city through the community panel that's provided some of the basis for the discussions today. So on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for all your efforts in that regard. I contemplated sending you an email, but I thought it more appropriate to do it in a public forum to recognize your commitment to this process.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I have prepared approximately 30 documents, some of which are very long, on a number of issues in this official plan review. My main problem is that the OPA 76 implementation and the draft OP result in superintensification. Originally Schedule B with the selected light rail stations designated as MUCs were supposed to be the density targets. The official plan policies, however, then allowed the Schedule D and Schedule E also to superimpose on that, with the result there's too many sites that are beyond the 2031 targets. The secondary plans, CDPs, TOD area plans, and the zoning studies have been approved way beyond it, and more are coming, and things that are in the draft OP will also add more to that. I believe you need to review the 2031 projections when you're adding more density than planned, and intensification and density have to be managed, phased, and coordinated with all infrastructure. The TMP says invest responsibly. I say you should intensify responsibly. The TMP says the city should restrict I can't see this very well, restrict the rapid transit and transit priority network to the affordable network. The OP says it's essential the land use and infrastructure be pulling together in the same direction. The three plans aren't using the same population distribution information and are the same numbers. The draft IMP says that local studies are required in areas where there's restricted capacity, and it needs to be coordinated with renewal programs. Multiple studies are uncoordinated and fragmenting existing communities and wasting scarce resources. You need to prioritize and phase intensification and consolidate some of these studies and incorporate broader servicing capacity impacts into the development review process. What's needed? Capacity-driven and affordable cost-driven intensification. The IMP residual capacity areas and the TMP affordable network need to be considered together. Your capacity management is being done in a number of silos and needs to be coordinated. If you don't do this, you're going to have a lot of problems with density where there's no infrastructure, no support. And costs are going to become increasingly uncontrollable. Planning means arranging beforehand. OMB always says this. It doesn't mean intensifying everywhere or way beyond your 2031 targets. Phasing is critical to cost constraint, sustainability, and quality of life. Building height policies won't solve the spot rezoning problem. The city's trying to resolve the wrong problem. You thought it was all about high towers. It's not. It's about taller buildings. For example, a 12-meter in an 8-meter neighborhood is not acceptable. The draft OP and high-rise removed all of the best things that we had to be able to evaluate. They were weak, but at least there was something there. Those have all gone, and we no longer have due process. Everything's going to depend on the design. Everything gets to the design because of that referral to Section 411, and it just allows everything to be based on design. You have to have the due process in there. You need to provide evaluation criteria to give us that due process, and I would suggest you need to test your policies against previously approved development applications. For example, the Parkway would still be approved in the interior of Beaverbrook on a collector and a parkway. The Parkdale condos may not meet the separation distance. You need to revise the draft OP. You have until the 23rd of June 2014. And I don't know why you're rushing it and doing it in 4.5. Don't approve this draft OP, which will cause more damage. Other problems in the draft OP, some schedules seem to have been added to favor developers. For example, there's an employment strip at the north of Beaverbrook that there's no reason for removing it from employment land, yet there's a development application that will benefit from it. And approving the UNF parcels in the draft OP schedules. We were told in the UNF strategy meeting by staff that the city couldn't designate them. You had to purchase them all. And we had asked that the 6279 Fernbank, which is obviously a wetland, and MVCA says it has a huge ponding area on top of it, we were told it couldn't be protected and it couldn't be designated for protection because it had to be purchased. That's not true. You've got things in the schedules that are UNFs that are being designated with no sign of them being purchased. And also your NHS components need more coordination and more consistent policies. And one thing you have not considered, which you should be, and I've looked to see if other municipalities were, and they aren't either, is underground planning. And you need policies for this. You're building underground parking structures that are interfering with groundwater in buildings. You're planning rapid transit stations that are underground that are going to be having uses under there. You're going to need zoning for those. You're going to need rules. You need permitted uses. You need setbacks for these underground parking garages. There's a whole area there where you haven't planned. You're planning for high-rise, which is up in the air. You're planning for the surface. You're not planning for the underground, and you need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Blanquer? Councillor Kadri?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Blackwood, you just mentioned through the UNF process about some, I guess, confusion in terms of whether the UNF are purchased and or designated. Can you just clarify that statement for me, please?
Yes, when the UNF strategy came to Planning Committee on in October, the staff report was saying that all the UNFs had to be purchased. They came out of the Green Space Master Plan, which was oriented towards creating parkland for people and public use natural areas, whereas a lot of the urban natural areas are not suitable for public use. But we were told that, they have to be purchased, and then council was told you have to buy them, and they only said, recommended 3, and which were already pretty well committed, and they also said there wouldn't be any more considered. Yet they're in this official plan. There are some being designated. So I believe Tim Mark was supposed to get back to it because there was a court case which said that the city has the authority to designate and not purchase, and I didn't see him raising anything to council when it considered the UNF strategy thing. The court cases said that OMB had confirmed that as well, and he was not aware of it at the time. But you do not have to purchase UNFs in the urban area. Irwin said that you should be protecting more of them, and you should be designating them because you don't have to purchase them. And we're asking that you designate the 6279 Fernbank lands, which is totally unsuitable for development and is going to be one big battle to stop it. And we've got flooding in the area, and they're saying, the development review process will stop it, but it really is very highly significant land. It was once considered provincially significant, and it should be designated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackwood, and I think we handled that question at Planning Committee on October the 8th. In terms of, Mr. Mark did answer the question. Mr. Mark was supposed to come back. And what I'm going to make a recommendation through the chair this afternoon is before this report comes to council, that Mr. Mark provide that background information, as well as Dr. Stowe did answer that question at the Planning Committee in terms of designation versus purchase versus the UNF that are being put into this plan going forward. So thank you very much, Ms. Blackwood. And Mr. Chair, let's just...
Mr. Mark, you heard all that? He's nodding emphatically.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to do Gary Seeley, and then we have a change-up that we'll do. Our last speaker will be Pam Sweet from FOTEN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been really fun participating in the consultations across the city. I've met so many people. I've come to know the council much better, including my own councillor, who is, I note, in the room, Mr. Chair, many of the city staff, and a whole pile of both developers and citizen advocates. And we've held joint meetings from time to time. It's been really great. So thank you for the opportunity. I wish it could go further. Here we are now. I would like to begin with, you have my presentation, I think, in the resource. 400 petitioners have asked the KBCA to get a special designation of Beaverbrook as a heritage district of some kind. We need your help in this. They're not asking for every doorknob to be classified, but they do want the modern heritage, architectural heritage district qualities of Beaverbrook recognized as a special area. And I've spoken with their councillor on this, and she is supportive of this measure, although I see she's speaking with Mr. Hubley on an important topic at this point. We also would like to have Tehran Road refashioned as more of a parkway, and we have a group of professional people working on this right now, and we know that parkway is not one of the road categories. We've spoken to Ms. Snedden and her staff about this. It's not one of the categories of the existing road structure of the City of Ottawa. But we would like assistance with this. There's broad support for it, and there's professional interest in it, and we've also spoken to some of the major landowners along the way. Please help us. And when I make that question, Mr. Chair, who are the community advocates? Where is the community focus on your panel? Because I know many of you are quite comfortable in speaking bilaterally with developers. Where can we bring forward the community voice on your panel? Is there a way of making the Planning Committee more proactive in that regard? Now I'll turn to my specific remarks on the official plan. We have no confidence the plan delivers certainty. The OPA and direction for transit are not balanced and not coordinated. There are several master plans. How could there be several master plans? What is the master plan of master plans, and what are the overarching principles? And attached to my remarks is a remarkable map that the staff prepared of 6 big zones of the city. It's a very good start for integrating all of the policies relative to direction for both the variety and diversity of the city and its unity. And we recommend that that be included and used to integrate direction of the city. Taxpayers are burdened by new development, and the existing taxpayer should not subsidize the benefits of future development. The plan puts the onus on residents to argue against the developer instead of the other way around. Who lives here anyway? Surely there's a right to peaceful enjoyment. There's no adequate defense, in our view, of community character, including heritage values. And there's no guidance to the Planning Committee to say no. The consultation is missing and is replaced by a deluge of information. We want consultation built into the official plan. There's a lack of a plain language version. It's going to make the lawyers happy. There's weak support. There is support for the towns beyond the Greenbelt. We're happy to see that, but we want to see more attention to that, that focus, and a recognition that there are 4 town centers in the city. You have the rest of my report, written report, Mr. Chair. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shirelli has a question for you, and then Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask if you realize that as city documents go, this is about the most legally important document we can have.
Yeah.
So do you understand why it has to be written in legal language?
Right after.
Mr. Shirelli, Mr. Chair, Mr. Shirelli, if I may. We're looking for something which is user-friendly, and user-friendly includes the public at large. And when we compare this to documents prepared by other great cities, like Portland, for example, or the neighborhood basis of the City of Toronto plan, we don't see a parallel here. We see something more rambling, confusing, lacks integration, and there's no fit together to one narrative.
You got to press it again. It's green. It needs to be red. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Well, when we do an official plan, it is a document that has to stand up in court with every single challenge, or in the tribunal with every challenge. So that's why it has to be written like that. But secondly, the question, I know in my ward, a number of communities, for instance, Qualicum, Graham Park, Centrepoint, have been involved with me, with planning staff, in seeking the changes that they thought were important and impressing on staff the priorities that are important to them. And they see a lot of those reflected in this draft document. Do you recognize that that opportunity existed for everybody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Shirley. We're looking for help with the designation of Beaverbrook as a heritage district. This is a unique area in the city, and can you help us get that designation as the plan goes forward? Excuse me. And also the identification of parkway-style road, a road category within the official plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, my understanding is that we've worked on these for some time, that these have actually been proposed to staff in the past, and as part of this review, have they not? The parkway concept, the concept of having a community identity in the plan.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Wilkinson, yes, we have met with the staff and who requested more information. What we would like then, maybe this is a good way for us to go, is to identify Beaverbrook as an area of special sensitivity pending further study, recognizing that there's a broad interest in this, and also Tehran as a possible new, an example of a new category of road, we don't want to shut the doors on Tehran Road. We want it to be used, but we would like it to be, its beauty to be enhanced. We don't want it to become kind of an industrial highway. We want it to be tree-lined, screening the developments along the way, more in keeping with the character, the full, the qualities of the Heritage District which it serves.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Shirley indicated that his community had been working with him on changes, and I just think you should let people know how much you have worked both with staff, with Broad City people, and with the community, and with myself on all of these issues, because I've been a lot of meetings on this.
Mr. Chair, it's absolutely true what Councillor Wilkinson says. There have been many discussions, and is this an opportunity for the Planning Committee to join hands with the people engaged in that broad discussion of trying to secure the values and the character of one of Ottawa's most important communities, when it's regarded as a reference point for the city of Ottawa. Can you help us with this? Can you put this in as a motion or something? I was trying to listen to Councillor Harder's skillful presentation of motions. Can this be framed as one of them so that we can move forward and bring something back of genuine interest to the citizens? We don't want a rubber stamp. We don't want hands tied. We want to have people empowered to come forward with a good proposal which meets a broad interest. And we don't want people controlled to the nth degree, but rather to recognize the character of the community and the roadways which serve it.
So you're willing, I call this a community-centric approach to planning, that you want the community to be the primary focus on it rather than development applications coming in. Am I reading it correctly?
We want to be able to drive forward with broad community support, but we don't want to just have it flipped off in the process, so that there's no place for it to go. And for that, we need help for the staff to be able to receive this motion or direction, and to help us help them and help the community arrive at a good outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harder, and then Councillor Hubly.
Yeah, thanks, Gary, and thanks again for all the work that you have done this year. It's been a lot of meetings. But just listening to what you were saying about the certainty, I think that would be very limiting. I think that the certainty, if we look at the big concerns that the public has had over many years, it has been pretty consistent, although in some cases there might be some unique circumstance. Like, for example, Bethany House and the front lawn of Bethany House. That was different than what we've done before. But I think what you're getting now through this plan is, and what we tried to do is an expectation that when you have a CDP that says it's going to be 6 stories, that's what it's going to be, is 6 stories. It can be less than 6 stories, but don't bother coming in if it's 10 stories, okay? There's always going to be an opportunity through site plan and through the process itself for the community to be as engaged as they want to be. I think that you, having been part of this, understand that when you think back to the first meetings we had on this, they were quite contentious, and none of us were on the same side. And yet, as we came through the process, and staff listened, you listened, I listened, everybody listened, development community listened, we went a long way. And I think that that should give you more assurance than any motion that might possibly come forward, because you're not going to be there in that community forever, nor am I. Things will change, things will evolve. That's just the way things are, right? That's the reality of life. So I think that it's important that the fundamentals, like for the people that came from the Civic Hospital area today, and they were talking about that they wanted the assurance on something that had been committed to a long time ago. Catherine, here I go again. Councillor Hobbs was able to ask that question that says, I don't have the history on that, but unless there was a reason that it was changed, it still exists. Okay, so I think that you're covered on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your quickie comment, and I won't extend it any further except to ask, would you please help us with facilitate some kind of a motion towards the identification of Beaverbrook as a special area within the city until we can get that defined through a process. I know there's a tool being developed on community character, and along with that, the Terran Road Parkway.
If we were to do that specific to Beaverbrook, I can tell you that just off the top of my head, there'd be at least 37 other Beaverbrooks. I think what's important is that what Leanne's doing in her shop, it's very, very new, and it's very, very different from what we've done. You're going to have that. People understand when they say Beaverbrook, when they say Bell's Corners, if they say Barhaven, people have a visual of that, and I think that that's a good starting place. Ms. Sneddon, did you want to?
No, we don't want to debate that because Councillor Hubley has another question, and we have one more. And we have another speaker before we break for lunch, and we're already quite late. So, Councillor Hubley, if you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to first comment on Mr. Seeley's comments about the committee meeting with developers. I know I can say this, and I think everyone around the table can say it. We spend a lot more time meeting with residents and community groups such as yourselves than we ever spend talking to developers. So I don't appreciate your implications with that comment. I think you were also one of the groups that came out when we looked at the lobbyist registry, and there was a suggestion that we should have community groups register so that people could see how much time councillors spend with community groups, developers, and individual meetings on other issues. And I believe you didn't want to be one of the ones that had to register. Am I correct?
No, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hubley, the KVCA did not participate in that particular discussion. And what I'm looking for here is, and it's not intended to denigrate your work with your local community, but to help us in dealing with the planning committee, to help us be more proactive with the planning committee. I'm not speaking about local councillors, and there's great work being done. And as I said in my opening remarks, we came to appreciate the many approaches that councillors make across the city. So thank you for that. But what we're looking for is some kind of way of focus on the committee, just to help us in an interactive, proactive way, because many of us do not have the planning ticket, in our wallet, and we need help to carry our advocacy to action.
And I recall one of your meetings that your ward councillor, Councillor Wilkinson, actually asked me to attend as a member of planning committee, and there was several very good City of Ottawa staff members really there to help you work through that. So that is available to you now. Yeah. The other thing I want to bring up about this designation, as Councillor Harder says, I'm sure Beaverbrook would not be the only area that would want that designation if we were to go that route. But one of the concerns I have with any designation to Beaverbrook is you're approved, your ward councillor has got you the BRT for the March Road, and now we're also looking at a possible BRT link along the 417 corridor as well. As you're no doubt aware, the BRT on March Road means that there will be intensification in Beaverbrook near that BRT. So, and I would, Councillor Wilkinson can correct me, but I believe Tarrant Road is part of that cone that comes with the BRT. So we cannot do restrictions on development on Tarrant Road if we are going to do the BRT.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hubley, the Canada Beaverbrook Community Association strongly supports intensification of the town centre. It sees a need to increase the intensification in order to make the BRT work well and eventually an LRT. It does not want to have, already has a lot of intensification in Beaverbrook, exceeding the standards of much of the rest of the city. And what we want is recognition of the character of our community. And I'm sure, as you said, many neighborhoods want recognition of the character of the community, and that's the way it should be. We should be building on the character of the community in a way which enhances that character, maintains it, helps fulfillment of the people living there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seeley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seeley, for your presentation, and thank you for your work on the community panel. It is truly appreciated. Thank you. So thank you. Now standing between us and lunch is Pam Sweet.
And as a result, I feel like the sandwich. I'm going to...
He's mayonnaise for the sandwich.
No, he's dessert.
You'll never hear that from me, Mr. Casagrande. Not at all.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to present to you. I'm representing Richcraft on one specific item, and then Brian Casagrande is going to take over and talk about some of the other Richcraft issues. So for my part, the first thing I'd like to point out to you, this is looking at a special policy we're requesting for an area that's in the Orleans community, and you'll see on the map before you is the designation in the official plan. There's a mixed-use center right here. It straddles Maribleau Road, south of Innis, and this is an employment area. So the CDP, or the Community Design Plan, is underway. We have started it. We have terms of reference that are very close to approval. We're working with staff, and we're going ahead and should be going to the public fairly soon. The current boundary of this, especially on the north side here, of this CDP, the mixed-use center, is an old one that was really using the 400-meter radius from the two transit stations. And I'm going to flip to the next slide. This is a little bit hard to read, but this is showing you that mixed-use center designation. And this is the hydro easement with the future bus rapid transit corridor. And the employment areas here. And the study area boundary for this CDP that is about to get going is this yellow dash line. So we've been working with staff, and it came to our attention that if this area was to increase anywhere from these transit stations beyond the 600 or the 400 meters, that they couldn't be dealt with because we'd be going into the employment area lands here. You can see, not very well, that if you look at a 600-meter radius from these two future transit stations, it goes out further. If you look at the 800-meter walking distance from transit stations, it would even go further. What we're asking for is that allow the CDP process to go through its course. There'll be a secondary plan that will come back to Council for approval, but we don't want to be stymied by that boundary that would not allow us to look beyond the 400 meters and look at something more transit-oriented, because with your new policies on transit-oriented development that really encourages intensive uses to those transit stations, we'd like to embark on that kind of planning direction. So we're very specifically asking that you add a policy to the plan that states that a mixed-use center boundary may be further expanded to encompass part of a surrounding employment area where it can be demonstrated through the CDP process that the employment potential generated on the land will be equal to or greater than the employment that could be on the employment area. So what that means is we're not looking for any reduction in jobs. In fact, we think we will have opportunity for more jobs. The CDP is going to be a mechanism to bring infrastructure to the area, water, sewer, road infrastructure. It will help kickstart some development, and things will hopefully take off from there. So we want to, through this amendment, facilitate that, and so we're asking for that change to the official plan while we have the opportunity. We do not want to wait until the next 5-year review to deal with that slight boundary increase of the mixed-use center. We feel now's the time to at least give us the opportunity to study it and bring it forward well before the next review of the plan. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there questions? Councillor Blois?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions or comments, and I guess comments and questions. I have a little dilemma here, and I'll tell you what the dilemma is. If memory serves me correctly, back in 2010, we said the CDP should proceed. I think the appropriate landowners in the area were going to pay for it, and we're now in 2013, actually going into 2014, as the CDP is finally moving forward. You're going to hear me lament later on about the lack of employment lands in Orleans and also the lack of employment, so it's sort of a two-edged sword. What I'm really concerned, and I think I heard you correctly, what I'm really concerned about is there's an opportunity to move forward here, but we're going to tie our hands, the way the OP is going forward now, we're going to tie our hands for the next 5 years, even though we're doing the CDP. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, because, well, we've been indicated that if we were to move that line at all and have a mixed-use center where, by the way, the Danix report indicated that more jobs are located in mixed-use centers than in the traditional employment lands. Mm-hmm. If we look at opportunities for higher density, we should get more jobs than if it all just developed as employment lands. So we've been told that even if there's a good recommendation to increase the mixed-use center designation, that we can't do it until it's wrapped in with the bigger employment
study.
So
you've actually gotten ahead of me here, because the sort of the thing that we're grappling with, especially in Orleans, is we want to see jobs, we want to see these lands move ahead. We don't want to see them tied up for 5 years where nothing can really happen. And so on the one hand, we want the CDP to show us how we're going to get jobs in there. I think you're asking for some of the conversion to mixed uses. So the question is there going to be a guarantee of meeting the employment threshold? And I'll use the example my colleague here recently had a fairly major announcement for Orleans with Bridgel. And really the criteria there was there needed to be the minimum number of jobs that the employment lands would have furnished. And I think that was the commitment that came from that particular landowner. Are you making that a similar commitment in this case?
Well, I can't make a commitment just definitely on the part of Richcraft, but I will say that part of the reason for doing a CDP at this time is to make sure lands are saved for those kind of employment opportunities. We don't want low-density employment plan to go ahead if it's not allowing for the more intensive developments closer to the transit station. So we recognize that some of this is going to take a while because the transit way is a little bit further in the future, but we don't want to lose the opportunity. So we want to see the planning done now so that some of the infrastructure can go in advance of the LRT or the BRT, so that water and sewer can be brought to that area. Right now, if you went in there with a great idea for an office building, you couldn't go because there's no infrastructure there to service it. So that will happen as a result of that. And I think the beauty of it is that the area has come together in terms of land consolidation, and I think there is an opportunity for something to take place.
Mm-hmm. But the real dilemma is that if if we tie the hand, if the CDP sort of gets tied down in a way where it really, it doesn't move forward, the jobs don't happen unless some very specific employment proposition comes forward. And I think there's actually an example here where there was an interest by one of the federal government departments to look at this land. And of course, when there's a chicken and egg syndrome here, if you don't have the infrastructure in place, i.e. the road, Brian Coburn isn't in place, the transit corridor, even though it's been identified, isn't there, and the TMP, the way the draft TMP now actually puts us further back than where we were in the last one. And I think in this case, ironically, Mr. Chair, the federal government department, I think, decided to go to your ward on Terminal Boulevard as opposed to these lands, because these lands just aren't available within that time frame that they were looking at. So I will be getting back to staff in terms of how they see this, because I really don't want to see these lands so encumbered by the official plan that nothing can happen in the next 5 years, especially when we've been waiting for the CDP to launch for, I think it's 3 years now. I think it went into Mr. Moser, you can correct me, about 3 years ago it was going into your work plan, subject to, of course, the landowners paying for it. So that question, when it comes to the appropriate moment, that will be coming back to you and your staff in terms of how do we address this anomaly so that we're not sitting there saying the same thing 5 years from now. Thank you.
Finish off this issue, or whatever you're finishing off?
Yes, it's actually, we're tandemed because Ridgecraft is being represented jointly by us. I'm actually representing a number of landowners and builders in the city, and I'm here to try and speak on behalf of their concerns jointly so that I can be as efficient as possible for the Planning Committee. So I'm representing Arnon Corporation, Ridgecraft, Ashcroft Homes, Broccolini, Timber Creek, Taggart Realty, Bridgeport Realty, Inside Edge Properties, Mr. Claude Leclerc, and the Torgan Group. In the interest of the committee's time, I'm hoping that I'll have in this efficient approach, I can get a little bit of grace and time, but I hope you'll be impressed with how quickly I can move through these items. I also have registered to speak on behalf of one client on a unique matter that relates to Donald B. Monroe, and I was hoping that I can avoid having to come back again to speak to that matter. So my intention is to deal with the concerns section by section in the official plan. They relate primarily to height and density issues. But first I'd like to commend staff and those councillors that have been involved with the preparation of this document. It clearly is an enormous amount of work in a very compressed time frame. And despite that, staff have been very approachable and open to speaking to FOTEN staff on various matters. I specifically have been asked to thank staff and Councillor Taylor on behalf of Fergus Lee Properties. They have put forward tremendous efforts to sit down and address some comments and concerns that we had. First section that I wanted to speak to, and Mr. Faubert touched on some of this already, so I try not to be redundant, is under the Managing Growth section, section 2.2.2, subsection 13. And as it's currently worded, it requires that 30-plus story buildings be identified in a secondary plan and can only be located in a mixed-use center inside the Greenbelt within 200 meters of a rapid transit station and be separated from low-rise residential. As worded, this would preclude buildings proposed by Ridgecraft, Claridge, and others in the Carling and Preston node. It would preclude such buildings if they were to be built today, like the Metropole, and anything near it of similar height. And I'm sure many similar developments that, given their location near rapid transit, would represent good planning in the committee and planning staff's eyes. So we'd recommend that the policy be reworded to allow those buildings when identified in a secondary plan or within 200 meters of a rapid transit station, and of course appropriately separated from planned low-rise residential. Section 222 sub 30 in the same section of the official plan, as worded, restricts office buildings over 10,000 square meters to the central area, mixed-use centers, and town centers. It allows main streets and employment areas to be considered when they're proximate enough to rapid transit. And while we understand the interest in focusing these uses near rapid transit locations, there are certainly going to be unique office users that are interested in appropriate locations, appropriately separated from low-rise residential communities that do not fit this criteria. And in the interest of readily accommodating these important users to the city, we suggest that this policy either be removed or reworded to significantly increase the 10,000 square meter threshold. So now there are sections in every designation, as the committee has been told and discussed, that relate to height limitations. We do have concern with section 361 sub 4 in the general urban area, but Mr. Faubert, I think, has sufficiently covered those concerns. Mixed-use centers as well, 362 sub 4. But I would like to add some color to Mr. Faubert's concerns generally as it relates to main streets and employment areas. Section 363 sub 11 and 12 in the Main Street designation, they state basically that in the absence of secondary planning that might allow for higher building heights, that they limit building heights even when they're adjacent to existing or planned rapid transit locations and or within clusters of higher buildings. Specific examples of the impact of this policy as it's structured are lands owned by Bridgeport Realty at the corner of Scott and McRae, right across the street from the Westboro Transit Station, and lands owned by the Torgan Group that are next to or maybe on top of the future Cleary Transit Station. And in case of both of these, in case of the former, the secondary plan that is actually under appeal and the current OP policy would limit that site across from the Westboro Transit Station to just 6 stories. And in the case of the latter, the Torgan Group on the Cleary Station would be limited to 9 to 12 stories. And in our view, in the wake of the city's investment in rapid transit and their TOD policies, this simply doesn't make sense from a planning perspective. On behalf of the Torgan Group, we'd also like to seek some clarity on section 231 sub 12, which relates to the fact that they're on a transit station that the city will likely be securing lands related to, and we'd like to clarify that my client remains entitled to fair market value compensation in the event that some or all of their lands are needed to accommodate that station. Moving quickly to employment area policies, there's section 3653 that again limits heights in employment areas to 4 stories. When they're not proximate to rapid transit stations. And it seems strange to me that the city intends to maintain these designations, clearly hoping for meaningful employment generators, yet in many cases they don't establish the conditions such as provision of amenities and efficient public transit that would allow them to thrive. And to now advance a policy that would preclude building heights where there will be no negative impact associated with them is effectively predetermining the long-term fate of many of the city's industrial business parks. We'd recommend that this limitation be removed from the official plan. Compatibility, and this is the only comment I have on section 411 sub 18, there's a policy in there that generally makes sense as it limits or guides a number of specific design features that buildings adjacent to the public realm must incorporate, such as taller first floor space and front facades that are parallel to the street. And while these initiatives make sense, we'd recommend the policy be reworded to establish some flexibility and establish them as design objectives to allow for circumstances where alternative approaches do make sense. Finally, on behalf of numerous clients that are more currently compiling development applications, we'd encourage the Planning Committee through a motion to provide additional flexibility for the transition policies. As the committee is aware, preparing technical studies in support of a zoning amendment or site plan and related applications often take months to complete. Certain studies, in particular an ESA, environmental, and archaeological studies, can take longer, either due to complexity or seasonal dependencies. These same studies rarely restrict development entirely and rather dictate mitigative measures. Applications are often not deemed complete until the technical studies are completed and submitted. And so in response, we would suggest that either this cutoff date of December 11th be extended by 6 months, or that the transition policies be reworded to consider an application complete if the minimum planning-related materials and capacity studies are provided, such as transit and servicings. So before I move on to that one specific Donald Beeman row, I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I think we'll go right to your...
All right, Mr. Chair. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Sorensen Fine Homes, and they have some lands you'll see on the screen at 444 Donald Beeman Row. This is in the village of Carp. It's 4 sites west of the intersection of Old Cart Road and Donald Beeman Row. And the site is unique. It's got a significant grade change across it of about 7 meters in height. And the design, the preliminary design that we've pre-consulted on, would have a brand new bakery built along the Donald Beeman Row frontage and have a pub integrated into that building to transition the slope so that it would be facing onto Old Carp Road. The challenge that we're facing with respect to this development is that the current OP requires a 26-meter right-of-way on Donald Beeman Row, and there's a proposal in the appropriate annex that's looking to reduce that right-of-way to 18 meters. Now, I have the pointer here. I just want to show you the impact of these right-of-way amounts, and specifically, there's the site that I'm dealing with, and there it is in plan view. And what you can see is that's the 26-meter right-of-way and how it impacts my client's site, but also how it impacts the village as you move towards the intersection. At 18 meters, it's smaller, it's better in terms of our development. We can probably even manage that dedication, but you can see that it implicates the Carp Memorial Hall, which I understand has heritage status, and a number of other valuable buildings at that intersection. And I guess from my client's perspective, we're asking that the city consider not expanding this right-of-way to preserve the character of this section of this road. In the absence of that possibility, my client is prepared to try and deal with an 18-meter right-of-way dedication. But the challenge with it, as you can imagine, is if the road isn't widened for a number of years, you're going to have development that's set back far from the street. And it's really going to damage that pedestrian environment that you would normally like to see between the building face and the sidewalk. My client's prepared to try and introduce elements within the city's future right-of-way to try and mitigate that design, in my view, catastrophe. But the better solution, in my view, would be to consider no dedication of this or no expansion of this right-of-way. And my client would work to try and set their building back so that in the future, if the city felt they needed that right-of-way, it could be taken and without damaging at least their development. That's the end of my submission, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Harder has a question, and then Councillor Blows.
Yeah, I'm on the last issue. Some of us have had discussion, and I know that Councillor Al-Shantari has an opinion on it too. So direction to staff would be make sure that we have information prior to the council meeting on this particular item in CARP. Thank you.
We're going to be taking all of the submissions that we hear today when we don't have, even though we don't have a staff position on them, and they will come back with staff positions and with motions.
I guess my advice would be bring Councillor Al-Shantari into the group because he has an opinion.
Yep, no, he will be. Councillor Blows.
Along the same lines, I was going to say I can see how even a very solid, positive policy, general policy, when you get down into the nitty-gritty, into the details, doesn't always apply the same way. So, but I think just from what you said, I look forward to what the outcome on this one is.
Perfect. Mr. Casagrande, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll reconvene at 1:30, and our first speaker will be Carol Kennedy and Dan Poligato. How about 1:30? We've still got a lot to go. We don't have quorum. We don't have quorum. So we'll see everyone at 1:30. Okay, everybody, we have a quorum of Planning Committee in the room, so I will call the committee to order. Welcome everyone back to our meeting, and invite Carol Kennedy and Dan Poligato to speak. They're here.
Where is everybody?
Sure.
Okay. My concern is with the proposed bedrock mineral aggregate resource designations. This is a very personal issue for us and an emotional one because it directly affects our property at 1856 Sarsfield Road and my inherited property next to me at 1886 Sarsfield Road and my aunt's property, a 5-acre lot severed from my father's land several years ago. It's approximately 40 acres in total, a little bit over, and it's primarily woodland. Although there is a claim that there is a sufficient supply of bedrock at this time, there is potentially an opportunity to increase their supply for future use and long-term requirements. We are concerned about this because it's somewhat vague when they say at any time by next term with the council. So are we really secure with our land for the next 80 to 120 years? I would like our land to remain secure and therefore give us peace of mind indefinitely. We are concerned for our children and grandchildren. This is our home, which we love, and we don't want to be expropriated. We don't want to leave. We have 2 beautiful log homes on our 2 properties, and we have a horse barn and many other buildings. I believe I sent some pictures around, some photos if you people would like to look at them. This is also a beautiful woodland. As a member of the Ontario Woodlot Association, I will continue to be involved with the Managed Forest Program, in which my father was a primary participant. This forest contains many species of trees. I could go into many, many trees, 20 species probably, such as white pine that are well over 100 years old, flora and fauna and wildlife. This is a sanctuary and haven for many, and this includes endangered species such as the butternut tree, and I'll repeat that, an endangered species, as well as threatened species such as the meadowlark. My property also includes about 5 acres of pasture, which is occupied by rescued horses, which have been abused and abandoned. This pasture also contains milkweed, a necessary plant needed for the survival of monarch butterflies, which are in decline. We want to know what will happen when we have a change of council, and when will this be? What changes can a new council propose? We need to know where the Ontario Sandstone and Gravel Association stands. We know that they are looking at future resources, and we know that we aren't off the list in the future, but we want to be. We don't want this to be a concern for us for the rest of our lives or our children. We would like to know what the possibility of a stakeholder group applying for a new resource area for our land will be. We were led to believe that these proposals were every 15 years. I organized a meeting in Cumberland to enlighten citizens about this quarry proposal, and there were many people that were concerned, understandably. Nobody wants it, of course. These were people that were not notified by the city because The only people that were informed were 4 landowners and a handful of people living within 500 meters of the proposed site. We are directly affected. It's our land and our home. I'm concerned for the future survival of our home and property, and for this natural woodland that could be considered a heritage site. It would be extremely tragic if this beautiful piece of property was turned into an ugly quarry. Incidentally, in honor of November 11th, I should mention that my dad was a World War II vet who flew Spitfires in the Air Force. I know this is relative, but he also loved country living and nature, as my family and I continue to do so, and he meticulously cared for his property and nurtured it. And we will continue to fight for our land and our property. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I only have a question. Is that Mr. Price from the Lafarge Corporation, representing the aggregate company? Mr. Price from the aggregate company was on earlier and proposing that they didn't get a fair shake on finding new mineral areas and resources. And we are the only eastern piece of property that has gravel on, according to the city map, for a new designation. My question is, can the property be undesignated in the future if it's only proposed? Can it be taken off the table forever so that we can have some sleep at night, not worrying about our property being taken away from us and our children? That's my question to the council.
So, Councillor Blais, you have a question?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming today. I have some questions for staff coming from the presentation. I'm wondering if the appropriate staff can elaborate what our recent analysis of aggregate materials revealed in terms of how much supply we have within the city boundaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Robin Vandelin. Mr. Vandelin would be happy to provide that information.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We have about a 100-year supply of bedrock within the city already, and we have about a 67-year supply in our designated areas for sand and gravel. It is a pretty extensive supply. We are a little, we do have more supply on the west and in the south than we do in the east, but without a doubt, we do have a pretty substantive supply already designated.
Thank you very much. And just to confirm that your analysis and the official plan is not recommending any expansions to aggregate designations or anything like this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We're not recommending any expansion or additions to the bedrock or sand and gravel mapping at this time.
Okay. And is there anything that would lead us to believe that that analysis would change over the next 5-10 years?
We believe, through you, Mr. Chair, we believe the estimates that we've made are fairly conservative of the supply that are there. When I say 100 years, it could be 100 to 120 or 140. But there is little doubt that we'll have a very substantive supply, and in 5 years still, we'll have, instead of a 100-year supply, we'll have 95. Or in estimates like that, barring any additional applications in the meantime outside of the areas that are already designated.
And is there a best practice or a standard that suggests how much supply a municipality should maintain at any given time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's not a best practice per se. The provincial policy statement does suggest that we need to have a realistic supply as much as possible, a realistic supply as close to market as possible. And the City of Ottawa has been very prudent in doing that since the 1990s. But there is no particular standard. The 1995 study did draw upon three planning horizons as being the ultimate goal to try to achieve, which the three planning horizons is 60 years. That is a very substantive distance into the future to look for supply, and in the context of the city and the age of the city and the resource that we have within the designation and elsewhere, we think that that's a good recommendation and the one that we would carry forward through this review as well.
So we have about 6 planning horizons worth of supply, give or take.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 5 to 7 planning horizons of bedrock, and at least 3 of sand and gravel.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation, Council? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Robert Bockelbank, would you like to come down?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Federation of Citizens Associations was pleased to be invited to fill 2 seats on the community panel established by Council for the Building a Livable Ottawa 2031 project. Much in the revision of the official plan responds to the expressed wishes of community associations. For example, ending further establishment of country lot estate subdivisions is what we sought in the previous revision of the official plan. Similarly, leaving unchanged the urban boundary and village boundaries is a feature we support. We also fully endorse the objective of achieving certainty in land use planning. Our concern is that some aspects may not achieve the certainty sought. We have questions about the proposal for 4 categories of building height. Zoning which limits building height will be challenged in order to force height to the maximum of each of the categories. Clarifying language is needed. Similarly, we would ask you to eliminate text which indicates that an existing tall building justifies approval of more nearby. Mistakes of the past, if they were mistakes, should not bind us to repeat the past. We agree with grouping transit-oriented development studies with community design plans as secondary planning processes. Both require thorough public consultation. But it seems any location identified for a transit station, regardless of when such a station is to come into service, is seen as appropriate for a transit-oriented development study, which in turn will lead to intensified development. If it is not funded or is not in the affordable part of the TMP, a location, in our view, should not be eligible for a transit-oriented development study. Somewhere in the official plan, there should be explicit recognition of the role of those secondary plans and the clear assertion that secondary plans will prevail regardless of apparent conflict with the text of the main official plan. Now, we served on working groups on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. It was not a meaningful re-examination of zoning. It simply brought into one document the provisions of the bylaws of the predecessor municipalities, and it adopted metric measurement. We must bring the official plan and zoning into harmony. Moreover, we seek a flat declaration that no spot rezoning, that is, no rezoning of single lots or group properties will proceed, and that every application for change in zoning will trigger a comprehensive re-examination of zoning for the surrounding community. Let's stop looking at one property at a time. We need to address stable, established residential neighborhoods in the official plan. They're seen as leftover general urban area, not otherwise identified. They warrant greater attention. We need to define the character of communities, and all residents and property owners, meaning everyone who lives, works, and plays in the community, should have a role in such definition. Complete communities is mentioned in the text of the official plan, but the concept needs greater elaboration. In some parts of this city, it is virtually impossible to find space to hold a public meeting. That is not a complete community. The official plan should recognize that land use planning decisions have significant social impacts. A community with incomplete social infrastructure cannot be considered complete. Similarly, a complete community treasures its history and protects its heritage. The Planning Act prescribes certain minimal requirements for public consultation. The minimum is not enough. We ask you to commit Ottawa to openness and broad, effective consultation prior to decision-making. In summary, we support the objective of achieving greater certainty and clarity. In pursuit of that objective, we believe more can be done. We appreciate the invitation to participate in the project, and we hope our contribution has been of assistance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brockbank. Are there questions for Mr. Brockbank? No. And let me just say on behalf of the committee and City Council, your participation in the panel has been of significant benefit in crafting the plan. So we do thank you and we appreciate your participation. Councillor Holmes, do you have a question?
Not to the presenter, to staff as a result of the presenter's comments.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Brockbank. The next presenter is Sheila Perry.
Can I ask that question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, just a second. Just let me get Councillor Perry. Sheila Perry up. And Ms. Nedden, if you could answer, go ahead. You can ask the question while she gets ready.
Ms. Nedden said earlier today that the community development plans will trump the official plan. I wonder if we could have an elaboration of that statement, that community development plans, when they're completed and approved by council, are the basic plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. What this means specifically is the heights and densities that are developed through the community design plan process will be implemented through a secondary plan, and it's the secondary plan policies on height and density that will trump the official plan policies. That was the intent of that.
Okay. Ms. Perry, the floor is yours.
No?
There you go.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the discussions of Building a Livable Ottawa 2031. This is a critical process that sets a long-term vision for the people here in our City of Ottawa. As an active participant in the City of Ottawa Community Panel of the official plan discussions, also a board member of the Federation of Citizens Association of Ottawa Carleton, and president of the Overbrook Community Association, along with the Council of Women in Ottawa, I've had an opportunity to have a very extensive dialogue, looking at workshops, open houses, and providing input into the process. And as a result, I wish to speak as an individual today just to reflect on some of the observations and general comments. As a panel participant, I'm truly grateful for this experience of working with the planning department and acknowledging the work and the inputs of so many that have been part of this, especially through the community associations and groups. The feedback to our comments that we've received as well are appendiced in my comments, and they really are appreciated. And these have been shared with our membership through the FCA and CAs across the city. These principles have evolved from literally hundreds and hundreds of comments, meetings, and dialogue with member associations. And that is and has been the most valuable part of this entire experience because it brings to mind a number of things. And what I've been hearing are the following things. Active engagement of community associations, everybody involved just loves that opportunity. And that has to be encouraged. The urban boundary, we've heard it earlier today, but it remains unchanged, and this brings a stability to the City of Ottawa And one of the big things that we noticed that was so helpful was the map that has been designated the actual urban to rural areas. And these distinctions have been enormously helpful because we can bring dialogue into this and have a better understanding of the entire region. And this is a good beginning to be continued, we hope, or certainly hope. The TOD studies, these must include the communities around the proposed LRT stops. The secondary studies will be productive and obviously help in those communities and bring stability. We've heard as well the no spot rezoning. The emphasis on this is absolutely critical. And it's planning that must respect and examine the surrounding area for compatibility and character. And we're seeing examples obviously across the city. Bottom line is respecting the communities. And recognizing the stable neighborhoods. And some of the comments around this have revolved around the idea that not all neighborhoods need to face a redevelopment or development. A huge emphasis that has also come to us has been complete community focus. Details of this are very, very important and need to be worked out for an entire community. And community-driven plans will engage people and the stakeholders, and we'll all benefit from that. Another issue is affordability, and there's been a lot of concern around that. As we build, can people afford? Is there affordable housing? And creative planning must be encouraged around that. And that includes all elements across the city. Another factor that we heard was about seniors and the growing population that must be included in this community focus, that people want to be able to walk around and have that pleasure of environment and infrastructure around. The intensification, we hear it so frequently, but should this fully fund the infrastructure? We believe it, and I believe it should. Tearing up existing streets and creating islands of concrete does not invite positive social interaction at all times. And so it's a consideration. Two other points. Heritage in Ottawa must be respected. We need city leadership to support designation of heritage properties. And this is in all communities. And finally, the respect for our green belt. Every opportunity must be made to connect communities without going through the green belt where possible. Our environment and the NCC lands are a precious gift to this city of Ottawa, and we must guard these as well as we can. So all in all, thank you for considering these comments. It's been a true pleasure to be part of the discussion, and hopefully this will continue on as we move towards especially the notion of complete communities. Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Perry? Councillor Harder?
Just wanted to say thank you as well, Sheila. It's been an adventure. But I just wanted to say, Mr. Chair, the time that Sheila came out to Barrhaven, she understood how very large a city that we are. I think she was, how late were you, 45 minutes, an hour, something like that? Anyway, thank you again. It's been good.
Thank you, and it has been a real treat, actually, to recognize the various areas across the city. One gets a deep appreciation of this, and those kind of meetings are very, very important to recognize the various communities and what entails. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. The next speaker is Tony Soroka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Committee. We're here today to address the land use designations on the subject property, which is up on the board right now in front of you. see if I can get this to work. The lands here are bordered by Innes Road and Paget primarily. There is the existing uses along Innes Road from Mayor Blur Inn are of a Arterial Main Street designation, mixed use. And the lands, remnant lands, including the subject property, and the remnant lands behind are presently designated as employment area. There is, staff have used in the past an interpretation for development along Mayor Blur, for example, of both employment with an overlay of Arterial Main Street. So we're here today representing Mr. Gib Patterson in terms of the intent to seek the Planning Committee's authority or ability to look at these lands and entertain our request for a redesignation of those lands to partly to include the lands along the front here, along Innes Road to Paget, to complete the segment, which is our major arterial up here, to redesignate these lands up here to major arterial. This would rationalize the land use planning designation along that road, and it would also agree with other designations in the City of Ottawa, where rarely do we have a street segment that is incomplete in terms of the major arterial designation. The other request that we have before the Planning Committee is, again, to take a look at the designations here, which show the current designation as being employment, but to indicate what's really practically happening here. If we look at what's staff are recommending on Schedule 23, they're recommending a redesignation of these lands here, which are currently employment, to residential. And we find this particularly interesting in the context that there is existing residential development along here that the staff recommendation is not picking up. And recently there have been residential uses as senior homes approved right on the corner of Paget and Innes. So again, we are seeking the committee's consideration to further include additional residential lands towards the back of these properties here. Now, this is what is currently before you in a staff recommendation. These lands here to go to residential. What we're saying is we would like to see these lands be moved into residential, general urban. Sorry. So what does that mean in terms of the impact on the employment lands? We've met with staff a couple times over the spring and the summer. We understand the position is to retain employment lands. This proposal would show approximately 1/3 retention to employment lands. And again, our argument and planning rationale for this would say that these lands have been held by Mr. Patterson since the 1970s. They have not moved for employment uses. The previous Orleans Industrial Park plan was to promote these lands for employment uses. It hasn't worked. As I think everybody would recognize, the development along Innes Road, past Mayor Bleu, and the Smart Center development we're seeing a different reality here. But we think that in retaining 1/3 to employment, with allowing the redesignation to arterial, completing the segment from Mayor Bleu right down to Paget is a logical land use change that now is the time to consider that. That change, along with some residential back here, would allow this land to be marketed for employment uses in a more expeditious manner. And we've heard a previous presentation by FOTEN with regards to the community design planning exercise that's going on in this area here. Pamela Sweet did introduce as a comment to the committee that they anticipate, and their understanding from the Nixie report, the employment report, where they would actually achieve more employment uses here than what they could expect on the employment lands. So I'd like to have Mr. Patterson conclude with a statement, but before I just want to make one statement, that this planning exercise here in this review is to 2031. we feel that if these lands aren't addressed and rationalized in a better manner, as we're proposing, these lands will still be vacant in 2031.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blais?
Sorry, thank you. My questions are actually clarified further down.
Councillor Bloss?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to follow up on, we have your submission here and we've gone through it and everything else, and I see that staff's reaction is that that they don't support this because of the shortage of employment lands in Orleans, and especially the concern about meeting the 1.3 jobs per household ratio in the community. Would you be able to, in dealing with staff, or as this moves forward, would you be able to show that you're able to meet the 1.3, or we would be able to meet the 1.3 jobs ratio? Because I think you, sorry to jump in again, but this dovetails well with the Richcraft presentation on the CDP, and I think some of your lands are actually captured in that, in the expanded CDP.
The boundary that Pamela referred to comes right up to the southern boundary of our lands.
Right.
And Pamela indicated to you that that boundary was kind of a fuzzy boundary which they'd like to reconsider. It all is based on assumptions. The land has not moved. And the types of employment uses were, in original thinking, were more traditional employment uses, and we see the reality all the way up Innes Road and Mayor Bleu. There's a different take-up, but you can have one use, the major arterial, used as an incubator to pick up what we're proposing is the interior for the third for employment uses. I think we'll get a better take-up. Mr. Patterson can speak to the market realities of how long he's had it and who's been in front of him looking at industrial uses. And he'll tell you, no one. So there has to be a kind of, the quality of employment lands has to be looked at, to a greater degree here. The Nixie study initially said, yes, there's an overall surplus. No, in Orleans where there's an undersupply, but the Phase 2 draft report on the quality of lands rated these lands very poorly for employment uses. Now is the time, I think, and given the opportunity for the review, to look at this.
But at the same time, you understand our concern about losing employment lands. Of course, the other element in here that I don't think you quite touched on, or maybe you did, I mentioned earlier the chicken and egg syndrome in terms of having infrastructure in place, the road access. And we saw what happened with Innes Road when we put $65 million into the upgrading of Innes Road and from the rural standard. All of a sudden, that whole area took off. But we had to convert a lot of those lands from employment to Main Street, and we've been, I guess, accused of giving away employment lands. The same allegation would happen here. So we want to make sure that we protect the job ratio if there's any changes. So are you, staff, are you able to go away with this and look at this to see how it actually would fit as into the CDP and how it would fit into the Main Street scheme of the Main Street arterial on Innes Road?
We'd be prepared to work with staff.
Okay.
The current zoning on this particular land doesn't generate a high number of jobs. And I think the solution is look how to rationalize it. I think everybody would agree that this incomplete segment of major arterial Main Street is kind of unique, and it's logic to kind of complete the segment. And I think we can work with staff to say, with a zoning change, we can achieve the ratio that you required, but my experience says you're not going to achieve it if you leave it alone right now, and it'll be there in 2031, vacant. It's an underutilization of resources, I think, and infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Blais?
Just to build on what Councillor Bloss was just saying, when you're looking at those elements, can you look at how that proposed residential area would access road infrastructure? Would you be dumping them onto Innes, or would you be dumping them south onto future Brian Coburn? And I don't need the answer now, but I think that's
the answer's right there. What you see in the white are a concept that's already been looked at by the city for a road pattern in that area.
Okay. So the road that heads south furthest to the east has an arrow pointing down beyond the yellow square?
Yes.
That would be accessing Brian Coburn, the Brian Coburn
the future
extension?
connection, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Joan Spice and/or Rob Decker from the Centertown Citizens Community Association. They're not here. We'll hold them down, hold them off, and come back to them. I saw Joan Spice earlier. So, on the next speaker then is Chris Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Planning Committee. Wasn't ready for that. I retired from planning almost 20 years ago, and I've used most of my retirement to, shall we say, scratch an itch that was already bothering me. I wanted to solve the car problem, which this plan seems to also be focusing on. 4 of the 5 plans going to Council, which address a similar problem. However, they have focused totally on the peak hour congestion problem, part of it. They see the limited roadway space and think that the solution is in building more roads and getting a few people to shift to other modes. The drop in the modal share from 55 to 50 in terms of single occupant vehicles. I see it as there being too many cars and having a road system that doesn't work for any of the other quality of life metrics that are mentioned quite often in this plan. Cars were invented for rural folks and for those wanting to visit rural areas from the city. But the market grew, as all markets do, to fill needs that itself invented. From the device to escape the city, it became the family car, and then the personal car. Commuting in a car to a job in the city didn't come that quickly, but eventually has established itself. Everyone is assumed to either own a car or yearn to own one. Your role historically has been to widen and otherwise improve roads. You are a handmaiden to this growth, and more importantly, the promise to car owners that you place their interests foremost, despite all the window dressing about walking, cycling, and transit. We as a society don't understand cars, but they are personal possessions, but designed to be used only on public rights-of-way. And they're too large to keep in a bag or purse. Used in large numbers, as private ownership induces and enables, they degrade the public places where citizens meet and do commerce, making them into corridors to be traversed as quickly as possible. Why did cars become personal possessions? Cars, like buses, can be a shared community resource, I assert. Technology, both that used by taxi-like services like Uber in the States and the self-driving technologies that are on the horizon, make it possible. Ironically, the city has plans for walking and cycling, but not one for transit or for cars. Such a transit plan should include the various fleets used for taxi service, car rental, car sharing, and even some vans that might be used for carpooling, which I consider as MASC, the term I use, which is metered access to shared cars. By using this MASC to replace the opposite, OPOCO, one person, one car orientation, Ottawa will not have a car population even big enough to create the congestion that it now fears, and will reduce parking demand significantly because of the car's mobility and because the 22 and a half hours a day that the average car spends inactive. Not only are there too many cars, each car is too big as its owner chooses a model that meets the entire array of trips over a 4 to 5 year period, despite most trips being able to be done on a bicycle. I just want to get to some of the solutions. First is I want to ask a very simple 2 questions. Is there really a problem? How can roads considered to be congested if the cars on it are mostly empty? How can a road ever be efficient and safe but be full of inefficiently used cars and drivers moving at a legal speed which ensures death in even a minor error of judgment by either a driver or a vulnerable road user? So I want to suggest a number of things we do. First, we put back in the plan the statement of the current one that the first priority is to create a city in which one does not need to own a car in order to live a positive quality of life. Second, that all parking requirements be dropped in zoning bylaws except to set maximums, with the expectation that off-street parking should be privately provided commodity. Third, petition the province to revamp the property tax and development charges that and bear no hidden persuasion that, to advantages for low-density isolated suburbs and communities. And I'm referring to the Sustainable Prosperity's recent report on the costs of sprawl as an indicator of what I'm referring to. Fourth, formalize the hierarchy of travel modes, which is never called that, although they are religiously listed in the proper order: walking, cycling, and then transit. I would add mask as the next one before SOVs. These modes are embraced for their affordability, health, social, and environmental benefits. So I expect that every capital project at budget time and at design time be justified itself in terms of inducing further shift up the hierarchy and reducing trip length. And finally, I want to look at retail and other public service institutions to get them into the proper scale. There's the old dichotomy that was in previous official plans of distinguishing between convenience shopping and DSTM, which is department store type merchandise, and that the first, convenience, should focus on the neighborhood level, and DSTM at a larger trade area or district level. I also think that the staff should look at corner stores and the fact that they could be recast in a slightly different role to provide a sub-neighborhood level, so we have essentially a hierarchy of retail space that will all come together and reduce the average trip length. I have a number of ideas I've developed over the years, many of them during the time of retirement, and I'll be getting a copy of this. Is already in the hands of the mailbox of your secretary, and it will refer to the specific URL. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Bradshaw. Are there questions for Mr. Bradshaw? Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker are Kareem and Seema Bashara. Are they here? No. Okay. Jenna Suds. She'd like to come up.
Apologize, one second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jenna Suds, and I'm from the Canada North Business Improvement Area. The Canada North Business Area is a significant economic engine for the City of Ottawa in technology, jobs, and research and development. The emphasis in the official plan, we feel, should be on promoting growth of jobs in the business area and not restricting development. We take issue with two items in particular, which I noted were also mentioned earlier by Brian Casagrande from FOTEM. In particular, the major office development to only be considered in employment areas or enterprise areas where the majority of site development is within 800 meters of walking distance of an existing or planned rapid transit station, as well as limitations on the maximum building height permitted in employment lands or enterprise lands in a low-rise building up to 4 stories. These noted policies would place severe restrictions on any new development that's planned for significant portions of the Canada North Business Park along Terry Fox Drive, March Valley Drive, and Innovation Drive. The proposed rapid transit and stations and the transit priority corridor is planned only along March Road. There is still a large number of undeveloped employment sites along these roadways outside of the 800-meter and 400-meter distances. The restrictions that buildings being limited generally to 4 stories and to 9 stories within 800 meters of a rapid transit station and 400 meters to a transit priority corridor would prohibit any new large employment building from locating in these underdeveloped employment sites. All these sites are located well away from residential communities, and there is no need to restrict the height. Additionally, restricting the height to serve transit services that do not exist and will not exist in the near future is severely limiting on the development potential of this important employment area. The Canada North business area and its members compete on a North American and worldwide track to attract new jobs to the Ottawa area. Restricting development to only 4 stories generally and restricting any increase in the height to areas within a future transit corridor fails to recognize the locational and operational characteristics of large multinational firms. Multinational companies and correspondingly the developers trying to attract employment to the business area should not be forced to limit the size of their buildings. The proposed height would limit their size, potential design options, and creativity. It takes significant effort and investment to attract large multinational corporations, and some of our members, such as the Canada Research Park Corporation, have been working to attract several significant potential tenants. These new policies send a message that Ottawa is closed to creativity, thereby jeopardizing the opportunity for these companies to locate in the Ottawa market and specifically in Canada. We respectfully ask that these concerns be considered and that the Canada North Business Park be exempt from these restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to note, Councillor Huber has a question for you, but just to note, Councillor Wilkinson submitted those recommendations to us late last night, I think around 11 o'clock, and they'll be part of the submission that will come back to Council on the they'll be released on the 21st for Council on the 26th. Okay. So, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that's what I was going to do, is I have the motion here, and it applies not only to the Canada North, but also the Canada South Business Park, that the restrictions not applied to it, so it will be part of the package.
So now we're getting bigger. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Go. Thank you. Is Joan Spicer, Rob Decker, have they arrived? Nope. Okay, we'll note for the record that they did register to speak, but they were unable, and I don't know if Kareem or Seem Bashira are here. No, we'll note for the record that they were here as well. That's the end of my speakers list. I don't know if is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to this item before I close the public hearing portion of the meeting? Nope. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and I'm going to turn the meeting back to committee. And I'm going to ask Ms. Sneddon. Ms. Sneddon, do you have any comments that you want to render before I go to a speaking order?
Mr. Chairman, we've certainly heard a lot of things here today. I do know that we have staff here available to respond to any questions that committee have, just for clarification, if you have anything that you wanted to raise from what you've heard today. And then certainly we will be doing our wrap-up to prepare you for November 21st and on to Council on the 26th.
Okay. So members of the committee, what we've got so far are 11 motions and a number of submissions that we've heard, some for the first time today, some throughout the process. So what we'll be doing is packaging both of those up, referring them to Ms. Sneddon and her team. She will create an analysis on each of the items and the motions, which will be released before the end of business on the 21st of November. And any ones that upon which they agree will be packaged into a comprehensive motion that will be moved. Those, of course, with which they may not agree, they will clearly identify those, and you would be free to move those as an individual motion. And Mr. Mark, Mr. Mark and planning staff have agreed that in order to make sure that whatever council's direction is, whether they agree with it or not, is captured appropriately, they are available to craft appropriate motions that will capture your intent after that document is released. So they're available to you. So, are there questions for staff as a result of presentations? Councillor Blake? Okay.
I've submitted several motions on both for myself and on behalf of other colleagues. Before the package is sent to Ms. Sneddon for the evaluation, is it perhaps possible to circulate the motions to members of the committee to ensure that everything has been captured?
Yeah. So they're all on right now. They all reside on our shared drive. Right. Right. So maybe a better thing to do.
Shared drive.
I'm just thinking, giving committee as based on the not having a chance to craft any motions. So if I would suggest that if we have any motions that are not yet submitted to today or drafted today, if they were submitted to Ms. Sneddon by the end of business on the 12th, would you be able to include those in your analysis?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So to go to your point, Councillor Blake, and we're trying. So what you've heard today, you might think on and say, okay, I'd like to draft something, and rather than, we know Monday's a holiday, but if you think about it over the weekend and you come to something, if you submit it, we'll put it in the shared drive as part of the motions, and Ms. Sneddon team will be able to provide a response to you.
And do you like those submitted to Chris or to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just being advised we should open that up to all members of council. And so our scribe here will make sure that we open that up to all members of council. So, Councillor Hubley?
Employment land study?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 5 of the employment study, about the middle of the page, it talks about the, where are we here? Sorry, at the top, it talks about there are no plans to accommodate federal employees in the urban centers outside of the Greenbelt or in the rural areas of the city. Can I get an understanding why we don't want to move any government departments into Orleans or Canada or Fairhaven?
Well, we would very much like to see federal jobs in Orleans, for example. What the report is referring to is the federal government's own strategy for
the public
employment
works
location.
strategy, yes.
Yes.
So we're not looking at trying to get changes to that so that we can move, the Orleans BIA or the Canada North BIA, for example, are trying to attract departments into the areas. I know we'd love to have one in Canada South too. Why are we putting it in here that we don't want to do it?
It's simply a factual statement. It's saying what the 2012 National Capital Area Portfolio Strategy states. Now, hopefully we can persuade them to change, but that's what they're on record as.
So are you looking for something from us as the committee or and then later from council to say that we want this as a direction? Is that what we would do? I'm worried that if we leave this in here as a statement, it's saying that the city agrees that we shouldn't have government departments outside the Greenbelt, and I would like to think that we don't.
It's simply stating a fact.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps we could be looking at that at the future employment study that we're going to undertake in the next term of council. We could certainly identify that as a strategy to include as part of the scope of that work.
I'm wondering why we wait. Why can't we just do a motion to say that we want to do this? Mr. Chair, maybe you want to...
You want to put forward craft a motion and submit it to our committee assistant? You're happy to do that.
Okay.
You would say that despite the federal government's policy, we want this?
I would say that we want to lobby to change the federal government policy, not to do it like they're saying they're not looking at outside the Greenbelt. I think we should get them to look at outside the Greenbelt.
Okay.
Councillor Harder agrees too, so I think this would be would get support from all the councillors representing outside the belt.
Sure.
Okay. All right, I'll take the lead on crafting something.
Conversely, we can, if that's just a statement of federal government policy, we can strike it from the report too. I mean,
well, that's like the policy is actually referenced on page 25 here, where it says. Give me a second here, and I can give you the quick lines to what it's saying of the policy, but or 27.
All that's to say, Councillor, we don't have to do that today. You can, if you want to craft a motion either way that you want to bring it forward, the team will analyze it and bring it back to you. And Mr. Mark and Ms. Sneddon may have some better wording for you to be able to achieve that.
Okay, then if you could contact my office early next week, we can get something worked out to change this in the report and provide a direction, okay? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blois.
Mr. Chair, just on that point, we might want to update to see what the federal government's position or the public service position actually is, because the employment lands in Orleans were actually one of the ones being considered for federal, and that particular, you know, what you saw is the kidney shape, and even what some of the other presenters talked about. It was actually on the radar. The reason it didn't fly is because you can't get in there, because there's nothing there, because our transportation master plans haven't kicked in proper, or I shouldn't say properly, haven't kicked in. Again, it's if you have infrastructure in place, you can do things. If you don't, so it wasn't that the federal government was reluctant, and Mr. Chair, you were the beneficiary, or your ward was the beneficiary of that particular evolution. So I think the importance really is to move forward, and this is partly this committee, but it's transportation, transit, to move forward, get the infrastructure in place, because then those jobs can actually go there. So if there is something to be stricken, let's make sure we have the right facts to start with.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did get a small federal one in the Canada North Business Park, but it was because they could get cheap rent in a vacant space, I think, and it's Health Canada has a small one there, but I know how difficult that was, and I think we have to let them know. The government went there because they could save money, because the rent was cheaper than it is downtown, and we should tell our federal government they should be looking for the best rates they can get. It doesn't mean building new buildings always downtown. I know the cabinets like to be downtown, but not all their staff need to be. So I think the outlying communities, all three of them, are actually pretty soon going to be half the population of Ottawa is going to be outside the Greenbelt. And if they want to have people working close to homes, the largest employer in the city should have some facilities in those areas. I don't know, I had to go off for something else for Mr. Chair, and I had a motion that I asked Councillor Hubley to put forward to me. I don't know if that was done yet or not. Okay, good. Okay,
actually, it's been expanded to include both the Canada North and Canada South business improvement areas.
Yeah, I put both in the first place.
Yeah.
And it may apply to some other parts of the city too. I'd like staff, because any large business park, I think, the whole key of it is you can't structure businesses because they're all different and they all have different needs, and so it gets to be rather difficult when you start to say what height they should have, etc. As I said, we have 19 stories right now in one of the buildings in the business park, and that wouldn't be allowed under this policy. So I just thank you for that.
Yep. So, so that's in place. Are there any other speakers to the? Any other questions to staff? Any other speakers? Okay. So on the package and on referral, then let's get to the meat of the matter. On the package and on the referral, is that carried? Carried. And then on the main recommendations, are they carried? Carried. Okay. Thank you very much. Perfect. Let's go on to, are there any notices of motion? None? Any inquiries? Okay. Our next meeting is Tuesday. And so we'll see everybody. We generate all the stories in the newspaper, and we do all of the meetings. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. We are adjourned.